because if they go off all at once, it's going to sound crazy in here. Okay. Thank you. The invocation this morning will be offered by Pastor Richard White of Cornerstone Community Church from Coolidge. Let's see, is Pastor here? Or did he get shoved outside? Pastor Wright, are you here? I don't see Pastor Wright. Okay, well then we'll have a moment of silence followed
Chairman,
by...
before
yes?
we go, we're going to check the overflow room and then the Ironwood room just to make sure the pastor is not in either one of those rooms.
I shall stand by. Right. See if we can. No. 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 Okay. No, Pastor. Okay, then we'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Miller. And please stand if you care to participate. Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Miller.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right. Welcome to the Pinal County Board of Supervisors, April 3rd, 2024 regular meeting. We are in order. I hope. Let's see, and I'm just supposed to let you know that Chairman Goodman will attend today's meeting telephonically as time permits, as he is attending the LG groundbreaking event. So I will be the chair today. Supervisor Goodman on the line.
Chairman Goodman? Okay.
And he's got till 10 o'clock. All right. First item up, just to let you know that we will be taking a recess about 12:30 and reconvene about 1 o'clock if the meeting runs that long. Item number 1 is discussion, approval, disapproval to a limited waiver of attorney-client confidentiality privilege to permit the county attorney to report on investigative capacity and conclusions surrounding allegations contained in the claim dated March 18, 2024 concerning the election director. Mr. Volkmer.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Ken Volkmer, Pinal County Attorney.
Excuse me, Mr. County Attorney.
Oh, that's true. I guess
you need to vote on this item
that's
first.
True. As I digress here, may I get a motion, please, to waive privilege?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to waive privilege on item number 1.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 That'd be 4 ayes. Ayes have it. Mr. Volkmer.
Thank you, Chair. The real reason for this agenda item, as this board is aware, as a number of parties are aware, there has been a lot of information in the public within the last week or two, specifically about a series of emails that were anonymously sent to a supervisor. As this board's aware, there was a full investigation done, but because that investigation was done at the behest of the chair, Supervisor Goodman, I cannot share those results unless the board takes the action that it just did, which is to waive that limited privilege so I can share. Under Ethical Rules 1.6, there's a duty of confidentiality as an attorney has to his clients, and under 113, you are an organization, so the organization as a whole, which would be you sitting as the board, has to waive that specific conflict, or that confidentiality. You've done so at this point with the chair's permission, I'm going to go ahead and kind of go through the history. It shouldn't be more than 5, maybe 10 minutes, but I just want to sort of set the record straight, if you will.
Please do.
Thank you. Sometime on or about December 9th of 2023, a supervisor was emailed anonymously. For approximately the next month, almost month and a half, there were a series of emails that were exchanged back and forth. On or about January 17th, Chairman Goodman came to me following a board meeting and said, "Hey, Kent, there's a report that there has been some financial improprieties involving Miss Lewis." He's like, I'm not saying I believe them, but I think it's something that we need to look into. So I spoke with him a little bit more in depth. It turns out that there was an allegation that effectively she was using her P card inappropriately. She was using it to buy personal items, using it to pay for her campaign expenditures, et cetera. So what happened on January 18th, the very next day, the investigation begins. The first thing we did is we pulled every single use of P card. Now, I know this board's familiar with it, but the public may not be. As an elected in certain offices, we essentially have a credit card that is to be used for county expenses. It's a procurement card. It's called a P card. And every one of those expenses, you use your card. So if you go on a trip, for example, to a conference, if you have to buy something for your office, it's essentially a credit card that allows you to purchase things. We pulled, with the consent of county management, every single P card used by the elections department and specifically Miss Lewis. On January 22nd, she sat down for a formal interview. I will tell the board that there were no inappropriate uses of the P card. Every single use of that P card was able to be traced back to a very specific purpose for the office. There was, I believe, two uses that there was some question about. For example, there was one that was paid for an ad, but when we looked at the ad and she provided the ad to us, it was actually in Maricopa, and it was trying to get out the vote for new people that move in so they know how to register to vote in our county. Again, a completely appropriate use of those monies. On January 26th, I personally emailed Supervisor Kavanaugh updating him and saying, "Hey, if there's something else that I need to be aware of, please let me know." On January 29th, approximately 3 days later, I received an email criticizing our investigation, saying that we did not do it properly. Effectively, he thought we should have tracked down this anonymous person and we should have interviewed them first. Frankly, I disagree with that assessment. At the end of the day, the allegation was that the P card was misused. We don't need anything other than to look at those very specific uses and to see if they can be validated. And if they can't be validated, then we've got a problem. But again, everyone was validated. I was then informed that there were additional issues. And when I asked what those additional issues are, he, the very next day, sent an email containing all of those anonymous emails. It should be noted some of those anonymous emails were redacted, meaning that essentially a black marker was scratched through certain portions of the email. I requested a unredacted or blank, clean copy of it. That was refused. So that delayed a little further because I had to go through the county and go through Robert Stanley and our IT department to get those unblemished or unmarked emails. Ultimately, we get those, and then on 2/1 of 2024, we get the email. So the first sort of investigation that the P card was used inappropriately concludes. Now on February 1st, we get these new allegations. And because this board was to consider on February 7th whether the MOU should be renewed, there was an immediacy to it. There was a need to get this done quickly. On February 1st, we got all of the emails. We immediately sat down. An AZ Post certified investigator in my office did the first investigation. He did this one. He's got over 30 years of experience. He is currently a post-certified investigator. So it's somebody that knows what they're doing. His specialty was actually financial crime. So he knows exactly what he's doing. That's who I entrusted this investigation to. And when we looked at these emails, there were essentially three different pots of allegations. There was one that were what I would categorize as management critiques. There was one that I would sort of categorize as criminal actions, and then one about election integrity issues. As to the management critiques, that's not something that we do. That's not something the county attorney's office does. That's not something that we're ever going to do. So we did not really address any of the management critiques. However, the criminal actions we were concerned about. Most of those were really the misuse of the P card, but there were also some other allegations of essentially mixing campaign finances with county finances. There was an allegation of misappropriation of other funds. Those were fully investigated. And again, Ms. Lewis was interviewed on no less than 3 occasions by my count, and that doesn't even include quick follow-up phone calls. there were absolutely no misappropriation of funds that were identified. There was absolutely no violation of interweaving these campaign finances. There was no allegation that she used county tax, or there was no substantiation to the allegation she used county taxpayer dollars to help her campaign in any way, shape, or form. So that was, again, resolved in its entirety. And again, this board was updated this before you voted on the MOU on February 7th. But there was also the election integrity issues, and specifically that Ms. Lewis was using equipment she knew to be faulty. Unfortunately, there was an allegation specifically that ES&S, our provider of the machine, came forward and admitted to us that their machines were broken and didn't work properly. I can tell you that we spoke with multiple people that were present on that day, and there is not one person that corroborates that statement. The closest that anything came to corroborating the statement that their machines don't work is a statement to the effect of, our machines are not infallible because humans operate them. That's really what the gist of the concern was. So why ES&S was even there, again, this is the allegation that's made that ES&S, when they confessed their deepest, darkest secrets to us, they were actually there at our request because then Elections Director Jerry Roll, along with Leo Liu, asked ES&S to come in and to make sure that we were properly trained. So they came in specifically to do training. When they went through the training, they said, here's where people can screw up. If you don't properly hit the sort stack, if you don't properly separate the actual ballots themselves, if you don't feed them properly, if you don't look at the machine when there's a misfeed and read and follow those directions specifically. So ES&S went out of their way to actually train us on the proper way to administer and use those machines. They also clarified a couple things. For example, a newer machine has a more sensitive ocular eye, so when it's scanning through, it can pick up a fainter mark. An older machine doesn't pick up a fainter mark as well, so what it does is it outstacks it, meaning it says, hey, we need human eyes on this. So they retrained us on how to properly administer that, what it means when these things come out, and what we're supposed to be looking at. Then Election Director Jerry Roll put in a number of redundancies and plans in place, and then Dana, since she's came on board, has really created a number of redundancies and audit trails, and there's no longer one person that's ever making these decisions. There's no longer just Supervisor Miller that's got to push the button. There's always going to be a team of two that are coming forward. So they took the information that ES&S provided, and then they developed their plans, they developed their procedures, their manual around the proper use of these machines. So again, there was no substantiated concern. Again, there was very specific numbers. When people at that meeting were asked about the numbers, there was not one person that said, yeah, I recall that happening. Not a single person. So what ultimately we discovered is the vast majority of these anonymous emails that were sent appear to be from a disgruntled employee who does not care for Ms. Lewis. And quite frankly, it looked like they were very much a supporter of Jerry Roll, and everything Jerry did was great. Everything that Dana did is wrong, and there was a lot of criticisms. But we looked at every criminal, every misappropriation, every allegation that should give this board grave concern was investigated, and Dana was unequivocally cleared of those. There was no belief that there is any additional investigation that is needed, and that's really the report. And I know this board had this information for months, but unfortunately, the public can't be told of that. So Dana continues to get these calls, and we get these calls, and other people getting calls asking about the veracity. That's why I thought this meeting was so important, so we could clear the air once and for all. And with that, I have nothing further to report. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that any board member has.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Goodman, I hear you. Chairman?
Yeah, I need to leave and go to this groundbreaking, but I appreciate what the other board members voting yes in favor of releasing that information, and thank you, Kent, for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions from the board? Any comments?
Everyone else has left the call.
Great. Good. So, I mean, this is in relation to this. This is coming out about this article that came out in the newspaper last week.
So
the very last line that says that if you had investigated all the issues in a complete and expeditious way, this notice of claim would not have been necessary, as a much clearer picture of the veracity of all statements would be known. And that's what you're contesting here. And that's a quote, by the way, from Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Chair, there's been multiple articles, and my attempt today was really just to clear the record. I think, one, to clear this board, because there had been questions about whether the board entered the MOU with the full knowledge of what was going on, or were you intentionally blind to certain concerns. I think it's important that the public be made aware that you knew what was going on, you were aware of the investigation, you were updated. Secondarily, Ms. Lewis, our recorder, continues to get smeared publicly, and she's not really able to defend herself because she's not the one that did the investigation, and I couldn't tell the truth without this today. So really, this isn't about protecting me. This is about getting the truth out so the public understands the reality of what's going on, and that we didn't just sit on our hands, that this board didn't ignore it, that I didn't ignore it, and that Dana has been fully forthcoming, and her entire team, including Jared and Matt and everybody else, have been absolutely forthcoming, sat for multiple interviews, essentially entertained us ad nauseum as we continued with small follow-up questions.
So it's just another attempt to tear down and cast doubt.
No comment on that, Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
So where do we go from here? I mean, are we going to go to the court and say we want this dismissed, dropped, this is over, have a nice life?
Chair, Supervisor Miller, there is a pending notice of claim. What happens is the board ultimately has a couple different options. They can agree to pay out on the notice of claim collectively. Right. You can outright deny it, or you can kind of allow this to ride its course. If you allow it to ride its course in 60 days, it would lawfully be deemed denied. Once that denial occurs, the plaintiff in this case would have, I believe it's 180 days to then bring a new claim. They'd have to file an actual lawsuit. I will tell you, as you're well aware, our insurance carrier is fully on board. They know exactly what's going on. We're in regular communications with them. But it's really not in our hands at this point. Unless this board is inclined to pay out or to affirmatively deny, we really just wait and we see what the plaintiff chooses to do going forward.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add a clarification point to that. The majority of that decision lies with the carrier pursuant to our agreement with them. They ultimately have the final say in whether to settle or to pay out in claims. Now, normally, routinely, they do that in consultation with the board. But I just want to make that clear. It is their call.
Thank you, Chris. My apologies. That is accurate.
Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, so let's say we go, how many days was it? 60 days?
60 days.
60 days. And then he does file a claim. Then the ball really starts rolling because we're probably looking at spending money on outside counsel, more and more taxpayer dollars used for something which is has no substantial evidence at all.
Chair, Supervisor Miller, absolutely we would have to retain outside counsel because I'm sort of part and parcel to this and I'm likely to be a witness. There's no way that I could represent the county in this case, so it would require outside counsel. This board would be required to pay their deductible before our insurance carrier starts to provide any funds. At this point, we've held off obtaining outside counsel until we know that it's real, so we're not unnecessarily expending those funds. At this point, you're essentially just using our time, my staff's time, your staff's time, and county staff time, but there's not a direct dollar outlay. Once that is filed, there will be a direct outlay. We will have to hire outside counsel. They will have to respond. There'll likely be motions for summary judgment, depositions, and then the whole litigation process goes on, which you're right, Chair, or excuse me, Supervisor, it can be very costly.
Okay. And then can you give at least an estimated date that 60 days runs out will be about when?
Chair, I believe it was filed, the notice was filed on March 22nd, so you're looking at probably in the neighborhood of May 22nd is when that would be then deemed, and then that 180 days starts running from there.
And 180 from there.
Right, so it really gets us all the way to basically.
It has another 6 months.
Correct, Thanksgiving. We won't know until Thanksgiving. Unless it's filed, this will be effectively hanging over the head of the board in the county until about Thanksgiving.
About Thanksgiving, okay.
Supervisor Sturdy.
That was going to be my question. As the clock already started, are we down to about 50 days now?
Yes, Chair, Supervisor Sturdy, yes. The moment that notice of file was filed with Madam Clerk here to my right, that 60-day window began ticking.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think I'm good now.
Okay. Mr. Volkmer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is call to the public. Consideration and discussion of comments from the public. Those wishing to address the Board of Supervisors need not request permission in advance. Action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or rescheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Also, board members shall respond if our name is mentioned and ask the staff to study the matter or request placement on a future agenda at the conclusion of public comments. I have a small list here. Those of you that are here to speak on the special use permit, that's coming later. Don't come up to this. So this is call to the public. First up is Bill Robertson. And if you would, please, when you come up, state your name and generally where you're from.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vice Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Bill Robertson. I reside in the city of Maricopa, where I chair the Planning and Zoning Commission. I also serve on the Pinal County Citizen Advisory Committee and the Pinal County Local Emergency Planning Committee. I'm here to talk to you about our great transportation system in western Maricopa County. You're all aware of our issues on State Road 347, and we do appreciate your efforts in supporting our push. I also serve on the 347 Facts Committee that has been put together by Mayor Smith. The purpose of that committee is to reach out to legislators and decision makers with comments directly from the public. I'm kind of here to inform you that you will likely be put on that mailing list pretty soon and start receiving the thousands of emails that the governor, ADOT, the Board of Transportation Board is receiving, and you may have already received some of them, I'm not sure. But we do encourage your continued engagement in this long process. As you know, State Road 347 is the lifeline going in and out of Maricopa, which is now one of the fastest growing cities in the entire southwest United States. We currently have 5,000 entitled homes under construction in some phase, with 50,000 more coming in our future. You'll also know that in the southern part of Maricopa in Pinal County, you all have been involved in platting subdivisions down there that range from a couple hundred homes to a couple thousand homes, and we've had public hearings on that through the County Planning and Zoning Commission. State Road 347 needs to be fixed. That's not a dispute. But we know that the money is not there, and we can't even get on the Arizona Department of Transportation's 5-year plan yet. And until the design is finished, which is funded, the design is funded, and then we find the funding to go ahead with construction, we're talking 7 to 10 years. That's just the raw facts. We know it took us 15 years to get an overpass across our railroad in Maricopa. So the challenge is real, the need is real, and more needs to be done, and we encourage your engagement at every level, including with your compadres, I'll call it, at the state legislature. I want to talk quickly about Riggs Road overpass. Even though it's not in Pinal County, it affects some 80,000 people in western Pinal County. The Riggs Road overpass was fully funded by Representative Brent Roberts' allocation through the legislature a few years ago, and then Representative Martinez added some funding for design and some other work, right-of-way work, and that money is allocated. But due to the shortfall of the state budget, the governor is trying to claw that back. So even though it's not in Pinal County, we encourage you to engage with our state legislators and the governors to protect that project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Next up is Mr. Sabin. Pete, I know you're here someplace. Pete Sabin, you're in the overflow room somewhere? Oh, here he comes. again, please just state your name and generally where you're from.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman, Acting Chairman, I guess. Supervisors, my name is Pete Sabin, and I'm from unincorporated Marana. I would like to comment on the whistleblower report and the subsequent investigation of it. I feel like it's kind of being swept under the carpet a little bit here. There's digital footprints. You could figure out what computer those anonymous emails came from. And the whistleblower could be talked to as part of the investigation. So I feel like the investigation was not complete. Some of the things that were not addressed were the lack of ballot security, apparently, and I've seen the emails. There was a Serbian illegal alien who was handling ballots by themselves, allegedly. Also, some things about key parts of procedures not being in place in critical areas. And then the meeting with ES&S, I didn't hear anything about ES&S being invited back, but they said something about 5 to 10 ballots inaccuracy in every 1,000, which kind of comports with what happened in 2022. So I guess as a concerned citizen looking for election integrity, I would like to see a truly independent outside investigation, not the county looking at the county. I believe because it's an election year and because of what happened in 2022, this election coming up needs to be perfect. And so, an outside investigation, truly independent with the report filed, maybe a month before the primary would be something that you guys should really look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sabin. Next is, I believe this says Susie Hinkle. Ms. Hinkle.
Vice Chair, maybe you could ask anyone who wants to speak at call to the public to come stand in the foyer.
I think you just did, sir. We need the music to play. Mr. Ellison, you're going to be next. George Ellison. If you happen to be right there walking toward me, then you may go ahead and speak.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Supervisors. George Ellison from Gold Canyon. I'm not here for the cell tower issue. I'm here for something else. The Attorney General of the state of Arizona, Chris Mays, is currently investigating whether she should indict 10 or 12 President Trump electors. Now, she's not really investigating. She's made her decision, and she's going to indict them. So why am I here? Because I think Pinal County has an opportunity to respond to them and to say, however you all want to do it, declaration, proclamation, makes no difference. But this has got to end. We have an unfair system of justice currently. I'm an attorney. I was formerly the senior felony trial attorney for Chicago, Cook County. It's 7.5 million people at the time. As a civil attorney, I was appointed by the former chief White House counsel to President Clinton to conduct an investigation for Cook County on some entirely different thing. Here's the problem. The Democrats are, and President Biden, unfairly targeting President Trump, and they're doing that with state attorney generals who are Democrat, generally in Democrat states. We all know about the 5 or 6 lawsuits brought against President Trump, including the criminal lawsuits. None of these have any foundation in fact. Neither does Ms. May's investigation have any basis in fact. This is a Republican county. It's probably about a Trump plus 18 county, one of the most conservative counties in the state. And Democrats are very active, and they get things done. We don't. Republicans very rarely do anything, say anything. We don't like to do that. We're not made like that. We've got to start doing something. You cannot allow the President of the United States of the Republican Party to be indicted, to be sued over and over and over again in one place after another. Now, Ms. Mays is doing her investigation on the electors now. It's 2024. Why didn't she do it in 2021 after the 2020 election? Why? Because it's 7 months to the new election. That's why. This has got to end. Democrats throughout modern times have objected and sometimes refused to certify election results. Democrat Al Gore in the 2000 presidential election, Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election, Stacey Abrams in the 2018 Georgia gubernatorial race. It never ends. They are allowed to, and I agree, they are allowed to contest elections. So are we. We have a right to contest elections, and we have a right under our First Amendment to say things like that. The Democrats want to jail us now for doing that. We all have to do something. We just cannot sit back and say, oh, well, okay, another thing against President Trump, who cares? It's not me. It will be someday. Folks, I ask you to do something in terms of a proclamation, declaration of any type, and express Pinal County's rejection of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison. No clapping, please. No clapping. This is not a football stadium. Susan Hinkle, please. And just for the record, please state your name and generally where you're from. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning.
You can move to the microphone.
Let me see. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm from Florence, Arizona, and I would like to address you guys that I am getting shot every single solitary night by military drones. Burned. My face was unrecognizable in October. I am getting shot, tortured, radared, and raped. These drones rape you. Yes, I have pictures, gynecology appointments, doctor's appointments. I don't know what to do. I have called the police over 250 times. And what do? They put you in like a nut house or something. Now, after being there over 10 times, all the psychiatrists are on my side. Every single one of them. There's a $1.3 billion lawsuit.
I'm sorry, can you back up from the microphone just a little bit? Thank you.
There's a $1.3 billion lawsuit out of Houston, Texas right now on torturing U.S. citizens. Okay? Every single solitary night, I have begged and begged and begged the police or someone to help me. They won't. Here is pictures of my face. I will bring big pictures so you guys can see. They took away half of my vision. Also, I have called and called and called for help. Last time I spoke a year ago in front of you guys, I left the parking lot. They broke my windshield of my car. I have to do something about this. I get tortured, like I said, every single solitary night. I'm trying to go ahead and play a video for you guys so you know what it sounds like for me. And I've got arrested for making noise.
Okay, we get the point.
Every single solitary night, I have a laser beams on me, burning me. I will bring pictures in so you guys can see. This has to stop, okay? This has to stop before they kill me. They spin a beam on my head, okay, that cooks your brain. This is not a joke, and I do have psychiatrists psychological evaluations on me right now that anyone that would like to see it and read them, they can. This has to stop about U.S. citizens. It has to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. All right, that is all the cards that I have for call to the public. Are there others that wish to speak at this time? Actually, Mr. Reck, hang on, coming from the back.
Good morning, Supervisors. Kathleen Lehman, resident of Arizona, Florence, Arizona. Wasn't prepared to speak, but I feel like I need to speak out. I'd like to know, based on Attorney Volkmer's report, what does that mean in terms of Supervisor Kavanaugh's service to his elected position? Is he staying on this board during this allegations, lawsuit, whatever it is? Is he performing his duty as he is elected? And what does that mean to the citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Are there others that wish to speak? I saw one from the back. No. Oh. I didn't even see you coming.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, Supervisors. I'm just here today. I just want to say congratulations to everybody who has taken the time to go and get their signatures, get them all signed up, get everybody to, and then you guys turn them in. So I want to thank everybody countywide who did their homework, did their job to become a potential candidate for every single position in Pinal County. It's hard work. I just went through it. I am now an official candidate for Pinal County District 1, and I look forward to serving the people in District 1, but I also want to let you guys know, thank you for your service over the years, and God bless you, and good luck. Every candidate that's out there, I just want to tell them good luck with everything. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Brenda Gifford, Precinct 57, Captain. In Apache Junction. Chairman, serving Chairman, Board. I would like the public to be informed as to how much money has been spent by the county defending lawsuits and settling lawsuits against Mr. Kavanaugh. I understand that it's quite a significant dollar amount. Once again, we sit here and listen to the potential expense to the county for Mr. Kavanaugh bringing ostensibly false accusations. I would like to see action taken against Mr. Kavanaugh personally. At what point do you expel someone from the board who is a disruptive and very, very costly bad influence on our community and on our county? Thank you.
Thank you. Stop, no clapping, please. Thank you. Are there others that wish to address the board? And again, please state your name and where you're from.
I'm Noel Reck from Eloy, and I'd like to commend the county for some of the positive actions I'm able to identify on the agenda. 2 great proclamations, important and well-deserved appointments, the Trails Program grant, housing assistance, a $15 million grant for water improvements from the American Rescue Plan Act. Thank you, President Biden. The Victims Compensation Program, the Family Advocacy Center, and the Shop with the Sheriff program. Unfortunately, the rest of my time will be spent on political antics and a corresponding loss of faith in our political system. A few examples. At the national level, there's a new call to vacate the Speaker of the House. Again, Trump installing his daughter-in-law as head of the Republican National Committee, where staffers are asked if they believe the 2020 election was stolen, essentially a one-question loyalty test. Congressional Trump loyalists turning their backs on bipartisan border plan because he needs a campaign issue. Trump's 250-word Easter Day rant, attacking those involved with his many legal problems and mentioning Easter with only 7 words. This as he hawks his nationalist Bible for a low $69, money he'll use to pay his lawyers, just as he did with $100 million from his phony election defense fund. At the state level, there's Carrie Lake taking over the Arizona Republican Committee as she continues to spew the big lies, even in the face of a defamation lawsuit that she no longer contests and in all likelihood will cost her millions. Republican state legislators saying the answer to the abortion pill debate is for women to use another method, Bayer aspirin, by placing it between their knees and squeezing it tight. Further, abortion wouldn't even be an issue if women weren't so promiscuous. Truly despicable. trying an end run around Governor Hobbs by placing a voter suppression referendum on November's ballot, at the same time seeking to limit or eliminate citizen initiatives. Locally, a wild story about Supervisor Kavanaugh seeking damages for Dana Lewis allegedly harming him as he seeks election in November. That County Attorney Volkmer has already detailed. His absence seems to be very conspicuous. Then there's a problematic appointment of a new member of the Casa Grande High School Governing Board. I urge you, as you discuss item 11, to question Supervisor Broussard as to the disposition of the illegal campaign contributions from and favorable treatment of the Republican Party in Pinal County raised by Mr. Ravelas at the last meeting. Likewise, questions within the bounds of what can be discussed regarding personnel matters as to the inexplicable appointment of Mr. Hawks to the governing board. In what vetting did she engage? Were community members, district staff, or students involved? What qualifications did Mr. Hawks possess that caused her to select him? To be frank, how can she possibly convince her constituents that this appointment wasn't made for political purposes in conjunction with elements of the Republican Party? If she comes to the meeting today, I'm anxious to hear her rationalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reck. I agree with that statement, whatever that was. Okay, next, please, Mr. Ravelas. I mean, I agree with the child screaming in the back.
Roberto Ravelas, resident of Gold Canyon. Truth matters. Fact-checking lies matters in real time. A previous speaker from Gold Canyon drew applause for saying that the indictments facing the former president have no basis in fact. Indeed, they are based on the rule of law. Every court that has considered this issue, these 80-plus violations of law, have been the basis in fact for the indictments facing the former president. Truth matters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ravelas. Are there others that wish to address the board? Please come forward, state your name and where you're from.
My name is John Orton. I live in the unincorporated area outside of Eloy. I would like to make a few comments in support of Mr. Kavanaugh. Number one, I have witnessed firsthand at our PCRC meetings when our fake chairman of the board, Belinda Rodriguez, or not board, of the PCRC, Mr. Kavanaugh was told in advance, this is the August meeting I'm talking about, Mr. Kavanaugh was told in advance that there was a setup on him by a PC, called him. When he went up to the microphone, he said, I have a headache and I'm not going to stay. I'm giving my report for my District 1, and he did, and he started to walk off the stage. And I watched Belinda Rodriguez go like this. She had her two minions out there to come up to the microphone and start spewing all kinds of crap, all because he asked if the board did an investigation on Dana before they appointed her to be recorder, because it was on the agenda. So when we see something on the agenda, unless you take a vote saying you're going to dismiss it, we just assume that you're doing what was on the agenda. And I am one of them that was asking Kevin, how did this investigation ever get done? So he came to the BOS and made the comment about the investigation. This person is handling it. This is our data center for the county. All transactions, all real estate, I mean, marriage, everything is recorded there. Why would you not want to do an investigation on somebody that's handling all of this sensitive information? But this attack came just 3 days after he asked for what happened to that investigation. You know, this isn't right.
You're not a Christian, as you claim.
Stop the name calling. We're not going there. But please state your name and where you're from.
My name is Belinda Rodriguez, and I live in Gold Canyon. Supervisors, Chairman, I'd like to address Mr. Orton's comments. First of all, we have every supervisor, at the time we were having every supervisor speak at our PCRC meetings to give updates and reports on what was happening in their districts and the county. We scheduled those right after the last meeting is over. At the time, Chairman Surdy, Supervisor Surdy was the chairman. We had already reached out. He was rotating all of the supervisors. We had, Kavanaugh was the next one in line, so he was scheduled to speak. He made the choice to make the comments about Recorder Dana Lewis the Wednesday before our PCRC meeting. He was already scheduled almost for 30 days prior to that. So there is no way that I asked him to come there just to be sabotaged. Number two, we don't like drama and disruption at our meetings. His report was to be on the district that he covers as well as the overall county. He chose to make it about his supervisor position in District 1 and why he was not running, as well as the fact that he had now decided to run for sheriff against Lieutenant Ross Teeple. Again, I just said to him at this point, we have questions for you if you'd like to answer them. He said he had another migraine today and he was not going to be able to answer questions. He then chose, one of the PCs came up to the mic, he chose to take the question. When the question was asked, he chose to say, I'm not going to answer that question, and he left the podium. Another PC came up, wanted to ask a question. I allowed it. At that time, Mr. Kavanaugh came in and said, I'd like a rebuttal. And I said, only if you intend to stay for the remainder of the questions. He said no, and he stormed off again. I did not sabotage Kavanaugh, and I take offense to Mr. Orton's comments. I don't operate that way. I entertain every candidate, and I try to remain as neutral as possible because that's what we're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. No clapping. Stop it. Okay. Are there others that wish to address the board this time?
Jack Mattashoni from Apache Junction, and I just wanted to make a few comments because I've been paying attention to some of the stuff going on. I do want to say first, though, that everybody on this board are honorable people, and they do their job, and they do the best of their ability. I may disagree with you. I may disagree with policy, but you know what? I know what it's like to have to be attacked and not be able to say a word because I used to work for the government. I retired honorably. So GS-12, working for the drug interdiction operations in Central South America and actually all over the world. And I'm also a 100% disabled vet, partially blind, and also, it's not very easy to go through life, spending lots of times in the hospital, like 20 plus years or more, off and on, just from the disabilities, and still support my country. I love my country. What I'm trying to say is words have a lot of consequences. I think we're seeing that here today. I was really kind of opposed to having a limited attorney privilege lifted, but you know what? I was wrong. Ken did a good job. Dana, I think, is also doing a good job. Sometimes they got to be aired out, and words do mean something. and it does interfere with your job when that happens. But I would like to say that people who are out there, because my wife is also running for office, I'm not. I could if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I couldn't give you the community 100% because I'm not 100%. Except being with the VA, I just can't perform like I used to. So I'd like to just add this, okay? If you're out there and you're saying some adverse things about my wife or whatever because it's politics, leave family alone. I'm not going after anybody's family. I'm not going after anybody's sons or daughters or wives. I'm talking policy, specifically policy. I'm not calling people toxic. And I think that's very important for a supervisor to understand. And Kevin's not here, obviously, but, words have an impact on people's lives, especially people that are just little people like me. Okay? I'm just sitting in a little house doing an Airbnb, and I'm 72 years old. And you know what? I have a few more years left in life, and I'd like to have a nice, peaceful life without having to have people attack me on things that I cannot divulge and ask me questions because I was, like I said, top secret classified information and stuff like this. And I would like to end my comment with this. Trump 2024, I support him 100%.
No clapping, please. All right. Any others care to address the board? I'll wait just a second in case someone comes from another room.
Chairman, just to confirm, we did check with the overflow room and the Ironwood room to confirm that there was no one else that wanted to speak. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Okay, in that case, we'll close call to the public. And at this time, we'll do presentation of certificates of service to employees for 25 and 30 years.
Vice Chair, was any opportunities to respond on some requests?
Was your name called, sir?
The whole board was.
The whole board was.
So direction?
No.
To the staff.
Direction to Chris Keller.
You can, go ahead.
The question about future votes on any electoral matters, and Kent Volkmer has left, would a supervisor have to recuse themselves in the future? Would just like an answer for that. Not necessarily now, but just give us a report on that.
Supervisor Miller.
Just one other question, because I thought the misuse of campaign funds with the Jill Broussard's office came up a while back, and I could be wrong, but I thought there had been some investigation of some type. So if we could just follow up on that. If we haven't done something, maybe we should do something. But I just would ask that.
Jill's office or
Jill, it was the the school superintendent's office. The allegations that have come before, and I remember it being way back, and I never heard any more, but I kind of thought something had been looked into. So if we can address that sooner than later, that'd be great.
Any other comments? Okay, very well. Call to the public is closed. And item 3, the presentation of certificates of service to employees for 25 to 30 years. Mr. Liu's not here, but Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the public. Time to celebrate. Celebrate 2 of our employees that have provided distinguished years of service. The first is Ms. Ruth Ramirez, who's with our public health department. And I believe she's here today, along with Director Marissa Mendoza, and they may be in the Ironwood room. So if we can give a few seconds while she... Ms. Ramirez started with Pinal County in March of 1999. So this marks her 25 years with the county. And she currently serves as the Environmental Health Program Manager. There's Ms. Ramirez. We also have Chris Remus, who's our Assistant Director of Public Health. So, Chris, you want to come up and say a few words?
You don't have to stand way over there. You can get over by him.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. I came to Pinal County in 2013 to lead the environmental health program, and Ruth was here. And in my time, she's a very dedicated employee. She loves Pinal County. She loves working for the county, and she consistently strives for excellence in what she does for the citizens and for the operators that are inspected by her program. And it's been a privilege to work with her, and she certainly deserves recognition.
Now you can clap. Is there a, and Mr. Ramirez, don't go too far because we'll do pictures after we get.
Does she have her 20-minute speech ready?
Oh, yeah. That's 25 minutes for 25 years, I think, is what you did. Just don't go too far. We'll do pictures with us here in just a minute. And next?
Mr. Chairman, the next one is Mr. Brian Messing. He's a sergeant with our Pinal County Sheriff's Office. I'm not sure he's going to be present today. Is Sheriff Lamb or Chief Thomas here? Nope. Okay, Mr. Messing started with Pinal County in 1994, and this marks his 30 years of service. So that concludes our certificate of service. So if you could join Mr. Ramirez with a photo op.
Sure. Picture time. And we're going to do a little adjustment here so we can relieve some of the crowd, I suppose. We're going to do item 15. Which is a public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 2024-SUP-028-23. It's a resolution approving case SUP-028-23. Is the presenter here, Mr. Barcliff?
I know Brent was here earlier.
It's a good thing we don't have longer halls. Mr. Barcliff, are you out there?
Probably went back to his office.
Yes, sir.
Mark Miner from Florence. I
Given the switch in the agenda, I no longer have time to stay for the Board of Appeals appointment, but I wanted to say thank you, and I'm pleased to continue to serve. So I apologize, but I'll have it done.
Thank you. Do we find Mr. Barcliffe? If not, we could go ahead and move up. We can Declan Murphy. Mr. Murphy, do you have a presentation for us? You look like neither of the people I've called, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, apologize. Staff didn't know that this item was being moved up, so they're running over right now. But I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation, if that's okay. The case before you today is SUP 028-23. I think it went too far. There we go. The proposal is a special use permit to construct and operate a 90-foot wireless communication tower. The parcel is a 24-acre parcel that would have a lease of approximately 12,000 square feet, or a little over a quarter of an acre. The location is on the west side of North Highway 79, south of the town of Florence. The owner applicant is Diagoro Properties, and I believe Declan Murphy from Coal Creek is here representing them today. Here's the location in the Cactus Forest area on 79, south of town. This is the parcel in question. As you can tell, it's a commercially zoned piece of property surrounded by residential zoning, suburban ranch on the west side, and GR residential parcels on the east side of 79. This is a blowed up picture of the parcel. Obviously, it sits adjacent to the state highway in rural Pinal County. This is just a blow up of the area where the SUP is applied, and as I said before, you have suburban ranch to the west, commercial obviously surrounding the property, and then general rural on the east side of the state highway. This is the notification limits that were provided as part of the SUP process, 600 feet from the boundary, and those parcels that were directly notified. Sorry, I'm having trouble with the controller. This is the rudimentary site plan that's required as part of an SUP process, indicating how access is going to be provided to the tower site itself and how that access will be provided to the state highway. T-Mobile is the entity listed on the site plan. Now onto our pictures. This is a site posting sign that can be seen from 79. This is looking north towards 79, adjacent to the property in question. This is looking south, again adjacent to 79, and the property would be on the right in this photo. This is looking east to the residential GR properties on the other side of the highway. This aspect of this photo is on the west side of the highway. You can barely see the highway in between, and then obviously the power transmission lines that are also part of that right-of-way corridor, and looking at the residential properties to the east. And this is looking west onto the subject property and obviously showing the broadcast sign. Items for consideration. Wireless communications facilities are considered secondary uses on properties. There's a proposed 50-foot access, and the concern from the staff when reviewing this is a developable commercial property that is likely only going to get one access point to the state highway due to permitting with ADOT, and if the access is provided to this cell tower, that may restrict further ability to commercially develop the property. Also, a third of this property is located in a floodplain, FEMA floodplain. Staff received 198 letters of opposition. I believe that number has gone up since the staff report was provided. And I think, as indicated by the number of folks that are here today, a lot of opposition to this particular project. Due to that opposition, staff requested that a second neighborhood meeting be held, which the applicant conducted on February 28th of 2024. Staff's recommendation for P&Z and the board was denial, and the Planning and Zoning Commission voted denial as well.
Thank you. And
Gilbert made it.
Mr. Ortiz, you are here.
Hopefully I didn't disappoint him on my presentation.
Does the board have any questions? I see one over your head, Supervisor Miller. You have a question? Thought bubble up there. Did you have a...
No, I was just looking for David Bartlett.
Oh. No questions?
I think we'll all have comments before.
Comments? Okay. Then let's...
After.
Okay. And so the applicant, Mr. Murphy, are you here?
Good morning, Acting Chairman, members of the board. Declan Murphy is my name, representing Towercom T-Mobile for this particular application. If I could just start out with saying T-Mobile is currently on a push here in Pinal County to improve network coverage. Essentially, I think it really is the solution to addressing the rural digital divide, in that bringing high-speed, low-cost data to Pinal County, which I've had a number of sites come before you actually recently. This is the fourth site that I've brought. In fact, I was here in January for the last one, which was identical in height and type to the site that's before you today, which was actually located on in a residential zone. Obviously, this is proposed in a commercial zone, and that site was actually on the consent agenda. It was the third site that I brought before the board in the last 12 months or so. So yeah, there's a concerted effort by T-Mobile to really push to build out a more robust network here in Pinal County. And so I'm one of the few, just to give you some background, I'm one of the few probably that's been working wireless sites here in Arizona for 20-odd years in this industry. So I've worked on quite a few sites in Pinal County. And we didn't just drop a pin on a map here when trying to address the gap in service. We actually looked at this area, and we see that there's a commercially zoned triangle that's the only commercially zoned triangle for miles along a busy thoroughfare, obviously the main artery between Florence and Tucson. And, we chose that because we felt it's a good site. It's at least a half a mile from the nearest residence. There are no immediate residents surrounding the property. As you probably are aware, this triangle will be very important as part of the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan, which I would urge anybody that hasn't read it to actually take a look, because it's very forward-looking. I'm, incredibly impressive, and obviously will ensure Pinal County will continue to be very competitive in attracting, high-tech, high-paying jobs. But there will be a main artery that will connect 79 that will be going in south of this triangle. So even more so important, because I assume once that connection is made, this property will be developed and will be a commercial intersection at that pivotal connection to the overall, future for this area. And so, so we've chosen this property because it's commercially zoned, and we've chosen it because it is quite removed from the nearest residential. And actually, of all the sites that I've brought here in the last few months or year, this is the one we had the least concerns about, because it's actually the most ideal on paper from a planning perspective. So it was a shock to us when I attended the planning and zoning that we had such a good turnout for that meeting. And actually, we did our neighborhood outreach prior to P&Z, so we had not been contacted prior to P&Z. And of course, had we been contacted, we would have held a neighborhood meeting and would have tried to, address the concerns. But anyhow, we had a big turnout at planning and zoning. To be frank, I wasn't aware of the monastery, and now that I've become aware and talked to a lot of the members, obviously it's a very impressive, incredible property. But we didn't see that as an issue because we're 2 miles away from the monastery, and so we never thought that there would be any concerns. And to be frank, again, when I saw a lot of people show up at planning and zoning, I thought maybe, and I didn't know much about the monastery, and I thought maybe a lot of the members are, living off the grid, don't use technology. But of course, based on the testimony at planning and zoning and our subsequent conversations, that's not the case at all, because we have members that embrace technology on a daily basis for professional, I assume, and personal reasons. And of course, the monastery has an incredible network, and it also embraces wireless technology. So it was, it's a bit of a difficult one to understand from our perspective how you can be in opposition to a site like this that's 2 miles away from your property. And so anyhow, we did hold that neighborhood meeting. It was a good conversation. We did enjoy a good exchange. I'm not sure we changed too many minds on that. And I'm sure, we're going to hear from a lot of folks here today. So I would ask that maybe after you give me an opportunity to have a rebuttal to some of the comments that are made. But I would like to address two things real quick. We have arrived here without staff support and without planning and zoning approval. The planning and zoning support or approval is very understandable from my perspective, because it was overwhelming. There was a lot of people that showed up at planning and zoning, and of course, if you're on the board and you see that many people raising some concerns, I understand that they choose to deny the site. As far as staff not approving this site, this maybe staff can explain that better, and it also ties into item 5 and 6 that are on of the stipulations on the resolution, that maybe we can get some feedback from staff on that. But we are on a commercial property. We are here at the pleasure of the owner, Mr. Reber. It's a vacant lot, as we all know. It's not easy to get a property owner that owns a vacant lot to commit to a long-term lease. But in this case, Mr. Reber, who is not your average property owner in that he's involved in a lot of other properties in other parts of the state, Pinal County as well, that he's developing. So what I would consider, a sophisticated owner in that he has experience in developing properties. He understands the process. He sought advice on this, and he wants us to be set back where we're set back on the property, which is actually 479 feet from 79, which is a good thing from an aesthetic standpoint. From a planning standpoint, this would normally be a positive. And so, again, and as mentioned in the staff report, we're dealing with some floodplain issues here, and so that also dictated the location. But as far as I understand, and I've had this conversation, obviously, since P&Z, staff wanted us to move further west on the property, which is the basis for the denial, from what I understand. But that would move us closer to residential, which doesn't make any sense. But it would also impact our site because our main coverage objective here is 79. There's something like 7,000 or 8,000 vehicles that will pass this property on a daily basis. So we're already 479 feet back from 79, which is what the property owner wants us to be, where he feels this will not impede or impact anything he does on this property. But moving further back for us would reduce our ability to provide coverage. Now, we know this is from my, and again, I've been doing this a long time, so I know from this particular scenario with this many vehicles that pass here on a daily basis that improving service obviously improves public safety because we see the data on a regular basis. You know, if you have 7,000, 8,000 vehicles a day traveling on this road, then there's a need for adequate cell phone service. And I assume this may seem like a bold or an outrageous statement, but this site would actually save lives because we know the data. If you have that many vehicles passing here and there isn't a good signal to be able to summon help when you need it, then you know this site will certainly contribute to public safety. So, in closing, what I would say is this site is very similar to what has come before you. In fact, the last site, like I mentioned, came before you on the consent agenda. It is the least intrusive location, and it is necessary to address a gap in coverage. They're the two important points from a Telecom Act perspective. The other thing I will say is that if you put, and with utmost respect, but if you put the objections that are here today aside, this probably would have been on the consent agenda, or at least it should be, based on the other sites that have come through, which I might add were actually on residential, not commercially zoned property. So I think with that, I would ask that you give me a chance to rebut some of the comments that we were about to hear, and I will save that for the end if possible.
We'll come back later. Okay, thank you.
And
Are
actually,
there any questions for Mr. Decker? No questions, Mr. Burby. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, one other thing, Mr. Reber would also, he's the property owner, would like to speak at the end if he can as well.
You can speak during the public hearing, certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing, and I've got so far 159 cards opposed that do not wish to speak, and I have in my hand here 13 that apparently wish to speak. I'm going to start with Mr. I'm sorry, Johnny, I can't say your last name.
Pattis.
Pattis, thank you. I just can't read it. There you go.
No problem. And Vice Chair, can I hand these out to your clerk of the board to hand these over to you? Just 2 documents?
Sure. And again, for the record, please state your name and where you're from. And
Yanni Pattis. I'm at the law firm of Tiffany and Bosco, Phoenix, Arizona. I'm here on behalf of 55 homeowners right there in that community close to the proposed cell tower. So let's get straight to the fundamental question. I think we all know that there's not a want for this cell tower, but the question is there a need for this cell tower? And what's going to be coming in front of you is this T-Mobile coverage map. And this T-Mobile coverage map is the only objective data that's been provided to the board that actually shows an abundance of red, which means coverage in the area. There's a little white box here that says for no coverage, and you won't see that here on this. So this is objective data. This was taken directly from T-Mobile's website for this community right here. So what's missing from the applicant's application is anything that establishes why this 90-foot cell tower is needed. So let's talk about drive test data. Drive test data is when the applicant actually drives through the county and records the actual signal strength in the community. The data shows, 1, any gaps of service, 2, the location of those gaps, and 3, the geographic boundaries of any gaps. They then provide that hard data to the county. That didn't happen here. Next, denial of service. If the carrier needs a new tower to remedy any capacity deficiencies, they would have provided you with denial of service records. So if we're in Florence, Arizona, let's say at the monastery, for example, and we're calling New York City and a call drops, T-Mobile can determine, did that call drop at the monastery in Florence or did it drop in New York City? T-Mobile has this type of data that they could provide in minutes, and it's glaringly absent from the application. So what has applicant provided you? They provided you what's called propagation maps. These propagation maps are desktop-generated maps that are easily manipulated to create the appearance of a need for a cell tower. And the accuracy of these propagation maps, to be polite, is dismal. The FCC staff tested with 10,000 miles the accuracy of these maps, and they found a high of 62% accuracy and a low of 16%. In school terms, there's a lot of kids here. In school terms, that's a D- to an F-. Not exactly passing. The FCC staff recommended that the FCC never accept these propagation maps, and we submit to the board that you don't accept these maps either. If the cell tower is approved, the law allows the applicant to increase the cell tower by 20 feet. And cutting to the chase, what's in front of you is directly from TowerCom's website. They're already advertising space for wireless carriers, because remember, this is a site developer. This is not T-Mobile. They're advertising space for 106 feet and 96 feet. They're signaling to us, more than signaling, that they will go up to 110 feet. So this will be an 11-story structure right here in the middle of the desert. Pinal County has a smart planning code to essentially prevent cell phone towers from being built on top of one another. And it's important to say, we're not against cell phone towers. We're against the irresponsible placement of these cell towers. So we therefore respectfully request that you deny their application in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pattis. Next would be Father Cyril.
My name is Father Cyril. I live at St. Anthony's Greek Orthodox Monastery in Florence, Arizona. The monastery hosts about 50,000 visitors every year. People come from all over the world to visit the monastery. It's one of the most popular visiting places in the entire state. So we're talking about a very special place here. And one of the things that makes it so special is the natural environment surrounding the monastery. Many times when people come to visit the monastery for the first time, they say the exact same thing. They say, I can't believe how beautiful it is here. A couple of weeks ago, we flew a drone above the proposed tower location at 90 feet because we wanted to see what will this look like, how visible will it be from the monastery. And I was shocked. I couldn't believe how massive it was. I said, this thing is huge. But the applicant doesn't just want a 90-foot tower there where everything else is flat horizon. We see on his website that he's planning on putting a 110-foot tower at that location. I didn't even want to try flying the drone at 110 feet to see how ugly such a tower would be. That's why we beg you, please protect the monastery. The monastery is important for this entire community. Also, it brings a lot of customers to the local businesses. For example, every time we have a special event at the monastery, all of the local hotels become completely booked, even the ones over half hour away. All of these extra visitors, they go shopping at the local stores. They stop to eat at the local restaurants. It is in everyone's best interest to support the monastery. And what would the alternative be? Shall we harm the monastery in order to increase the profits for a few individuals? Or should we harm the monastery because we believe that T-Mobile cell phone coverage is less than ideal in this area, even though T-Mobile's own website, as well as the FCC's website, both agree that the cellular coverage across that entire area is very good? If you have not visited the monastery before, I urge you, please come visit. And if you visit, you'll be able to see for yourself what a special and unique and beautiful place this is. And if you're able to see this, you would never allow the approval of this tower. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Cyril. Perry Rombus.
Acting Chairman, board members. My name is Perry Rumbos. I am a member of the South Florence Volunteer Fire Department. I'm an engineer firefighter, and have been so for the last 2.5 years. I am here to say that the cell service has been good for our fire engines and our calls. It has not been a problem for public safety, as they have mentioned that there is no cell service. It has. We get dispatched by Pinal County Sheriff's Office. A call goes in, and then the County Sheriff's Office dispatches us. We get a cell phone notification because we do not have a fire department there. We have, everybody's usually at home or at work, and we get a text message. Within that text message, we get a map. Actually, first of all, we get a recording of the phone call, and there's never been a drop call. We get a recording of the cell phone call, then we get dispatched with a GPS map, and we respond to the fire or an accident or brush fire. We've had, our response time is 8 minutes. In December, one incident, December 11th, 2023, we got a call on the 79 south of Paisano saying that there was a fire on the proposed cell tower website where the property owner owned it. Then there was a fire. We responded, it was 9:51 a.m. We responded by 9:58 a.m., 7 minutes, and we put out that fire before it became that whole property was destroyed. We're here to protect property, people's lives, and we'll address nature as well. We changed our system in 2022, and we've had the system since then. Since then, we've had 36 calls in a year, and we have not had one dropped call. We've responded to every call. There is not a lack of service. We've even been south of the 79 by the dump. We've responded to the dump fire. We've responded to a car fire. We've responded to brush fires. There's not a lack of service, if that's one of the reasons. You want to save lives? Give us a fire station. Don't put a tower there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rumens. Next would be Sophia Colias. If I butcher names today, I apologize.
We're combining also Bernard Krinnigan. I own the 4 parcels directly north of the subject property.
Hi, my name is Sophia Colias. We're speaking as a group to save everyone some time here. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Each of us are property owners within 600 feet of the proposed 90-foot tall wireless facility and are strongly opposed to this use adjacent to his commercial property and my residential property. We oppose this SUP application for the following top 2 reasons. Number 1, there would be an adverse visual impact to our properties. Our land would be most affected by the structure given its proximity. For my family, a 9-story structure would dominate our view shed from west-facing and south-facing windows, back porch of the house, and essentially the entire property. We strategically purchased this land and designed and oriented our house to enjoy views to the south and the west. Each of us would have never purchased multiple acres if we would have anticipated this type of nuisance in a neighboring property. Not only will our views be negatively impacted, but our land would be affected by lower property values that others here today will speak to. Although we would be nearest to this wireless facility, others in the community and those visiting in this area would be impacted as described in numerous opposition letters received by planning staff and included in the memorandum in opposition. Reason number 2, the wireless facility is simply not necessary. As you know, an SUP is a discretionary application, and the burden is on the applicant to justify the special use, which would otherwise not be permitted. Valid and reliable data has not been provided by the applicant to warrant the special use. I work remotely from home and have never had a problem with internet service. Faster internet service or gaps in coverage are not in question since existing service already meets our needs. This is covered in detail, again, in the memorandum in opposition, and again, others here today can speak about this point further. We strongly urge you to agree with your planning staff and Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to deny, and to agree with your constituents who grossly oppose this special use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colliers. Next is John Dumont.
Good morning. My name is John Dumont, and my address is 4226 North Razorback Drive, Florence, and I'm here to oppose the cell tower. My wife and I purchased our Razorback home, which is situated within the Paisano neighborhood, over 2.5 years ago, and we have had no issues with cellular coverage. I am the chief financial officer and trader for an out-of-state investment firm. I work 100% remote at home, and cellular reception and internet connection is absolutely critical to me. We trade millions of dollars of stock on a daily basis, and I have to be available for phone calls at a moment's notice. If there was any gap in coverage of any kind, I would be forced to move because connectivity is so critical to our business and to my livelihood. If I don't respond to a message or a phone call in a matter of seconds, my job is on the line. I am so sensitive to connectivity that even when I'm on vacation, I won't go anywhere where I have the slightest doubt that there will be adequate signal coverage because I have to always be available. The very fact that I can work in the Paisano neighborhood is a testament to the fact that we absolutely do not have any gap in cellular coverage. In addition to my Razorback home, I own a residential raw land directly across the highway from the proposed cell tower with an unobstructed view of the proposed site. My wife and I purchased this lot to build our forever home with the most amazing sunset views west. If this tower is built in the middle of our sunset view, we will not build our home, and we may be forced to sell our land at a loss. I urge the Board of Supervisors to deny SUP 02823 for this unnecessary tower and to protect the character, aesthetics, and property values of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dumont.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Sir.
Just so I can clarify, the speaker prior to this one, the young lady spoke of a memorandum in opposition, and I just want to confirm, was that the notebook? That was okay. I wanted to confirm that has been provided to the clerk's office and it was provided to the board.
The notebook and the email. That
right.
Was, yeah,
I just want to make sure that's what she was referring to. So the board has been provided that. Thank you.
Next, I have Stephen Seidel. I'm doing pretty good. You guys are all coming from the front. That's good.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Stephen Seidel, in opposition at 3642 North Razorback Drive. I've lived down Highway 79, Paisano area, basically my entire life, other than moving for school and then back. I'm a computer systems engineer. My master's thesis and research was coincidentally in wireless networks, actually optimizing the Wi-Fi 6 protocol with Ghent University in Belgium in 2017-18. I'm very active in the community. You heard from the fire department earlier. I am actually the engineer that built the dispatch connection from the county 911 operator to our fire department. We definitely care a lot about safety. I currently work as a senior software engineer at Amazon Incorporated. I'm also head of IT at the local school down on Cactus Forest and Diffin Road. From an IT perspective, the location of the proposed tower is certainly quite strange. The focus is supposed to be the highway. That short section of highway from the FCC's national map is fully covered by all three major carriers: Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, 4G, LTE, 5G on all of them. T-Mobile in particular, you saw the map, it offers their ultra capacity, which is their premium offering on that short section of highway. And as you heard earlier, the applicant's map is pretty difficult to gather any real data from, just because it has no data, labels or speeds, just these arbitrary colors. So the area in question is, we're talking far beyond calling capabilities, especially emergency 911 calls, which use any available carrier and are generally prioritized as well. So this is into internet and data speeds. The applicant spoke about a gap and a digital divide, but in terms of full internet solutions, we've got many competing ISPs. The area has CenturyLink, Trepic, Starlink, Airbeam, Triad, Viasat. There's probably more. Those are the 6 I've personally worked with. At the school, we run Airbeam and Triad. To give you an idea, we have our own data center with a dedicated server room running file sharing, our learning management system, our own email servers, VPN box, all things that are critical to the function of the school. I've been admin there for 3 years. It's never been an issue that we've struggled with. We have gigabit speeds. At home, I use another ISP, 100 megabits down, 10 up. I can confidently say any T-Mobile internet solution would be far less stable than any of these options. So I've been in big tech for most of my professional life. I run video interviews. I'm on call. My phone is always on me when I leave the home. Work calls, emails, meetings. I even review code releases. So the main upgrade here is maybe cellular data speeds along this very short section of highway, but we're talking going from existing streaming to even better streaming, all while driving down the highway. So for lack of need, I urge denial, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seidel. And not to be confused with Mr. Seidel. Mark Seidel, please.
Hello, my name is Dr. Mark Seidel. I live at 3691 North Hohokam Road, about 3/4 of a mile from the proposed site. I am a co-signatory along with 47 other concerned and impacted neighbors of the memorandum in opposition that you received. Today I wish to speak in opposition to this application, speaking with respect to the negative visual impacts associated with my work with the county over the past several years. I'm currently serving on the Parks and Trails Commission. The Parks and Trails Department has been working for years to implement aspects of the Pinal County Open Space and Trails Master Plan. One of the trails now under development, while not super close, would definitely have a visual line that puts the tower above the horizon and be highly visible, mostly due to the fact that the vegetation for miles around that spot is below 10 to 15 feet in height. In addition, there's another trail corridor planned for the future that is much, much closer to 79. And that multi-use corridor would definitely be tremendously impacted in a negative way. The reason we develop these master plans is to guide us in these types of situations. To give a sense of the impact, when I was starting my drive to work yesterday, I paused at the intersection of Paisano Drive and 79. I just love that view of Newman Peak, if you've never seen it. And as I looked at it, I realized that the tower would be right in line with that peak, and I later calculated that from my vantage point, the tower would actually look 70% higher than the peak and be disproportionately wide. And if you saw the photo simulation, I think you would agree that it's shockingly out of place and be a negative impact on our master plan. So I urge denial, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Seidel. Next is Aaron Pijak.
Hello, Chairman and Supervisors. I'm known by Edini, but my legal name is Erin Pajak, and I live off of Paisano. I've been a licensed real estate agent in the Florence area since 2011 and have lived in the Paisano Drive neighborhood since 2001. I have been involved in the vast majority of all real estate transactions in this neighborhood over the years, representing both buyers and sellers. While I am not an expert in Scottsdale or Phoenix real estate, I am the expert in the Paisano Drive market. As you can see by the number of people here today from this community, the Paisano Drive community is extremely unique. The people that move to this neighborhood predominantly come from large metropolitan areas with the explicit desire to escape urban life and seek peace and tranquility in the desert. I know this because I have represented the people in this very room. I've represented their parents, their siblings, and their friends. Allowing this 90-foot monstrosity to be built will destroy the character of this neighborhood, and it will severely damage the rural and open atmosphere that the current and future residents of this neighborhood seek here. Since this tower was proposed, I've had numerous phone calls from potential clients that are interested in purchasing home or land in this neighborhood. I have had numerous calls with clients in the neighborhood asking me how much their property values will suffer from this tower. Everyone that I have spoken with is extremely upset about this potential tower being built. As a real estate agent, when I hear such negative feedback over and over again about a location, I know that it will impact property values. In my professional opinion, installing the cell tower in the proposed location would reduce nearby property and home values in the range of 15 to 25%, and it will make these properties less marketable even at reduced purchase prices. I urge the Board of Supervisors to protect the property values of those closest to the proposed tower location and deny SUP 028-23.
Thank you, Ms. Paycheck. Next is Bernard Crinigan. Nope. Oh, true. Okay, thank you. Then that moves us on to another Seidel, Catherine Seidel. Did you leave her home? I know she signed it.
I think that was a mistake if she didn't.
Okay, she just didn't. Okay, it didn't say I don't wish to speak. Okay, moving right along then. Alex Nicholas. Is that another that? Okay. Some of these were maybe mismarked. Elena Gogas. Also. Oh, I'm batting 1,000 here. Look at this. Okay. And I hate to say this, Ian Pop. Also done. Okay. Well, that solves that. All right. Are there any others that wish to address the board at this time? Nope.
Hi, my name is Tammy Wenta. Thank you, acting chairman and members of the board. I do not live in this area, and it does not affect me in any way. However, I do support these people who don't want it built. As somebody who moved to Santan Valley in 2001, I watched our area get ruined by very quick building and overbuilding. And I actually have a solution, because we have terrible service where I'm at. And I would love to see that tower go from planning down by them to over by Mr. Goodman's office. There's a college there, as you know. There's a complex there. And all of us who have terrible service there would much appreciate it. We've already had our area ruined, so I'd hate to ruin everybody else's. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others that wish to address the board? Hearing, seeing none. All right. Are there any questions from the board? Yes. Supervisor Surtee.
I had questions about the safety and the effectiveness, but I think those questions got answered, that there's really not a need. And also, before they all leave, I want to commend, we don't usually have children here, and I have not heard a peep out of one of them. It's amazing how quiet they're being and how good they're being, so I want to compliment them on that. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. And with that, I'm going to suggest, though, that because the entire board is not here to make a decision on this, that we leave the public hearing open and continue this to the next meeting so the full board can decide. And I would direct council to prepare.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
You want me to
If I could just interrupt, I apologize. But I believe you allowed a response to the applicant at that time, and maybe you want to hear that now as opposed to continuing that portion of it.
Okay. Can we bring the applicant back up? And the owner, yes. Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, a couple of things real quick, if I might. The comments with regards to gap in service and drive test data, et cetera, et cetera. The simple answer to that is T-Mobile and other carriers are for-profit corporations, and they simply don't go out and spend $500,000 on a site just because, build it, they will come. That's not the approach that these carriers take, because this is a $500,000 plus investment. Not only will it be suitable or will accommodate T-Mobile, but it will also accommodate other carriers if necessary, because it's designed to accommodate multiple carriers. But you've heard this testimony here. I've heard the testimony, had the neighborhood meeting, heard the similar testimony at P&Z, and I'm about to make a bold statement to you because it's all absolutely illogical. And that's a bold statement, right? But I want to share this with you, if I can. Yeah. Just, I'm not sure if the supervisors not present will be able to take a look here. So, Mr. Chairman, supervisors, what you're looking at there is, like I said, totally illogical based on what we've just heard, because the monastery is operating what I would consider a fairly heavy-duty commercial network with at least 3 towers on the monastery property, with a number of towers throughout the neighborhood and relay stations, etc. What some of the members haven't disclosed or didn't disclose to us when we met with them is that a lot of members don't have a gap in service per se because they have signal or being fed service from this network that's on the monastery. And to be frank, and I, with the utmost respect, you know, there was a comment earlier about what we are proposing, and based on the number of visitors to the monastery, etc. You take a look at those pictures and you tell me if there's concerns about property values and there's concerns about health and safety, then it's totally illogical to be here opposing what we're proposing. Because what we are proposing is a Stealth 3, a cell site that will be monitored by the FCC, licensed by the FCC, and what you have before you is what I assume is an unlicensed. I did see one license per the public record, but what you see there is an unlicensed network that's not monitored, that should be actually of a health concern. And that, I'm not an engineer, but I've been around this industry long enough that when I see this is not a mom and pop operation. This is a heavy duty network that's reliant on microwaves. And I understand, you know, the monastery, it's streaming audio, video services all over the world, 24/7, let's say. This is a sophisticated network. So when people came before us and we met with people, nobody disclosed that, yes, I have great service. They were accusing us of making the case that there was poor service in the neighborhood, regardless. Of course they have good service because they have a sophisticated network that's benefiting the monastery, which is fine, benefiting certain members that live in the neighborhood. So on one hand, how can you come here and object to our site, again, licensed, permitted, meeting all of the regulations, yet knowing that you have what I assume is unlicensed, unpermitted network that is operating in the neighborhood that everybody can see. And to me, that is illogical because I understand it does benefit the monastery, and that's no problem with that. But on one hand, you want to protect a network that should be of concern, but you want to deny a network that will benefit the greater community. 8,000 cars a day, let's say, that pass along 79. But if I could ask staff to pull up one of my slides, actually, that I didn't get to show you earlier on, but I think it's appropriate in finishing. It's slide number 3, actually. Yes, so this is something I printed off from actually ChatGPT. I do have data that's similar, but I wanted to get something current. And I just wanted to show everybody that this graph is very interesting because it puts it in layman's terms in context of what we're talking about in terms of network, right? So what you see, on this graph here, the cell tower is at the complete right of the graph. You see a microwave oven. This is all RF, health exposure. Let me just, add that. And so, you see that this is all measurable. This is data that anybody can verify. So this cell tower has the certain level of exposure. You have the microwave, you have a smartphone, you have Wi-Fi, etc. And so, usually when people see this, they understand, look, if there's concerns, well, most people are obviously exposed to more RF at home with a Wi-Fi router, with smartphones, with Ring doorbells, you name it, all the wireless devices most people have in their houses. And to put this in context, if I might, the network that the monastery is operating in this neighborhood that a lot of neighbors are probably not aware of, but certainly they're exposed to it, is that this Wi-Fi router here, I don't know if you can see that, this Wi-Fi router here, this is the cell tower here. The monastery network is probably off the graph, actually, as far as exposure. And I'm not an engineer, but I think in my experience and looking at how heavy-duty this network is, that it's probably of concern, in my opinion. Whereas, again, what we're proposing is a cell tower. T-Mobile is licensed by the FCC, monitored by the FCC. We're here before you for a special use permit today, which is a pretty run-of-the-mill, many of which you've approved prior to this. So the precedent is there. There is a gap in service. We can provide whatever additional information you need. This is the least intrusive location in the neighborhood. It's on a commercial property. And if the board deems that what we're proposing today is not appropriate on this property, I assume that the county will move to shut down the monastery's network straight away, at least till they obtain all the appropriate permits, because I can see violations everywhere. So if this is not an appropriate location for a wireless site that will serve the greater good of Pinal County citizens, whereas the monastery network serves the monastery and select members that live in the neighborhood, if this site is denied based on the testimony here today, then I assume the county will move to shut down this monastery network immediately until at least all the proper permits and approvals have been obtained. So with that, I thank you for your time. I urge that you approve this site. It meets all the parameters of the Telecom Act. We have come before you with identical sites that have been approved. The last one was on the consent agenda, so there's no reason not to approve this site. And I would ask that Mr. Reber have a chance to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rayburn.
Yes, thank you. I'm not very good at publicly speaking, and I'm a little emotionally involved with this one. I'd like to, if I could, just in the case that I don't do a good job with it, and at least my notes, I'm the owner of the property, I'm part of the applicant, and at least get these into the hands of put them in the record if I could. And then I'll start right away, and I'll try and get through this very quickly. I will. My name's Douglas Reber, and I'm a native Arizonan of 3 generations. And I own the property that the cell tower is to go on. And we went through a lengthy negotiation with the cell tower company. It took about 1.5 years before we could agree on things, blah, 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 blah. But at any regard, I really thought we were doing something for the community. I'll tell you a little bit about the reasons I purchased this property. It's a total of 74 acres that I purchased over the last 20-plus years. I did it in 2 stages. Proximity on Highway 79, main access between, all of the East Valley and Tucson. And for years, the traffic count was 6,500 cars a day on it. The most recent traffic count that I know of was a year ago, approximately a year ago, and I think the traffic has moved up to 8 to 8,500 cars a day. I haven't seen the actual, I saw a reference to it, but we put in a request for public information. We haven't got that back yet. The other reason I bought the property, and this was long ago when I was younger than now, was because it was because of the zoning. In Pinal County long-term planning, it was already designated as this triangle that's been referenced to is going to be commercial, and you know, seeing certainly seeing the value of that was a primary motivant in getting me to buy the property, which I did. And then a few years ago, I became aware of the Pinal County Long-Term Comprehensive Plan, which is all of you are familiar with. It's a very comprehensive report. It's probably the most competent and, you know, competently executed document I've read. It's a must-do for, you know, have a must-read for developers, etc. And before I bought initially I bought 24 acres, but I was aware of that comprehensive plan and bought the additional 50 acres, which is also within the commercial zoning at the time, which it still is, based on the long-term comprehensive plan for Pinal County. It turns out that when they put the north-south loop in, which will connect all the East Valley cities from the 60 to the 10, which you guys are well familiar with, and that route is fairly well baked in. They've got land set aside for it, etc. Kleck Road is set to become a major parkway and arterial, and Kleck Road will extend it will connect the north-south loop to Highway 79. Kleck Road, the extension of Kleck Road is right on the southern edge of my property. And Kleck Road will actually go and border the Coolidge Airport on the south side. That area around the Coolidge Airport, you guys are supervisors. You certainly are probably familiar with the long-term plans, but that's to become industrial warehousing. Some of that's already started. And the long and short of it, this is destined to become a major intersection at one point. Already it has really good traffic. Another reason for buying the property was I liked the monastery. It was valuable. May I continue? I only...
If you have a quick wrap-up, yes.
I'll try and wrap it up.
Very quick wrap-up. We're trying to get along.
Okay, well, I can't develop the property until I have better infrastructure, and I encourage each of the supervisors to drive out there. You'll lose your cell coverage at Paisano Road unless you're hooked into the monastery's network. They sell that service as a subscription service. I think the minimum a month is $45. They have a very good reason in their minds.
Is there a wrap-up, sir? Okay, stop. None of the name calling, but can you please wrap up?
Yes. They have a financial reason. Their testimony, and so far we've listened to, I've been through 3 meetings. The first one was 3 hours. The second one was 4 hours.
Quick wrap up,
sir. Same thing. It was health concerns. It was property value, and it was they didn't need cell service. All of that's a lie. They're not concerned about. This is my wrap up. They're not concerned about health concerns. They're not concerned about property values. It's evident because two of those neighborhood towers are on 1.25 acre lots. So my final wrap up would be questions to the supervisors. Is there not a level playing field with regard to zoning or SUP applications? Why is it that I have to go through an application? Why is it that I have to go through public hearings? Did they do any of this for their towers? Because you're looking neighborhood towers in 1.25 acre area that are in excess, in my opinion, of 60 feet, 60 to 80 feet.
Okay, I'll call you off now because your wrap-up is taking way too long.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Olguin, you have something to say? Just
Vice Chair, board members, Gilbert Olguin, Planning Manager. My apologies for being late. I didn't realize you were going to bring it first to be spoken on. But I just wanted to mention, I know there's a lot of information that's been presented today, and I just want to focus quickly on why staff recommended denial. We agree that the corner is an important commercial piece. We focused on the location of the cell tower. We focused on the impact. We focused on the visibility in regards to what it would look like from a distance. We also want to mention that the public interaction prior to the neighborhood meeting started early. We had people coming to us with concerns as to how this was going to work out. So we had a lot of early on interaction with public. Prior to the first meeting, we had 189 letters, and there's a lot more today, probably double that. We denied the case because the applicant just was not willing to work with us in regards to working on moving the project around and trying to locate it in an area that would be more suitable as a secondary use. So this is essentially why we denied the case or recommended denial. Cell towers are very important. But the thing that we focus on for all the cases is the impact. The impact is huge. So that had a lot to do with their denial as well.
okay. Thank you. So, shall I close the public hearing or leave it open, Mr. Keller?
Mr. Chairman, you had made mention before about possibly bringing this back before a full board. Before I think I cut you off and said that you hadn't got all the input yet you were seeking originally. So I think at this point in time, you have a few different roads you can go down to. Whether you feel you have sufficient information at this point in time, considering all the testimony, all the documents that have been submitted previously and today, whether you can make a decision or whether you want to continue this item and ask staff and council to look into some of the allegations that have been raised and so forth, or to just continue it so the full board can weigh in on this item because you are short two members at this point in time. And if you do that, I would ask that you also request that the board members that are absent review this hearing, this meeting today, so that they do get a full flavor and review the material that was submitted today also. So essentially you have three different options you can go forward.
Thank you so much. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Or four. I hear Supervisor Kavanaugh, I hear you on the line. Yes, you've joined us telephonically, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a point of privilege. My wife was notified of a death in the family last night, so I apologize for coming in so late. This was my first opportunity to call.
Okay, thank you. Did you have something to say, sir? Other than, and we're sorry for your loss, but did you have another comment for here? Okay.
I've heard most of the information, and I don't know if we have the full board here or not. I can't see the meeting. Do we have the full board?
No, Supervisor Goodman is not here today.
Okay. Then I would be in agreement with postponing the decision.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Counselor, because of the opposition, does this require a supermajority?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Miller, no, sir. This is not a zoning case under that state statute. This is a special use permit. We didn't analyze, nor do we need to. That doesn't apply. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure because
Supervisor Surdy.
I appreciate the comment from the attorney, but I mean, we have a quorum here. I don't see what more we could hear that we haven't heard today. A lot of these people work, and they all took off for this, so I would prefer to settle it today.
I understand, but I think that the fact that we don't have a full board today, and there have been some allegations made, and I believe that it would be prudent to have staff, council especially, look into those allegations and look into those issues to come back to us at a date certain of May 1st. Supervisor Miller.
Real quick then, if we were to continue it, can we close this public hearing so there will be no more testimony? We would just come back and take an action in a future
Based on
meeting?
the evidence that we hear from you.
Yeah, that the public hearing portion be closed.
Yes, you could do that. That would be another option, a fourth option, if you will.
Okay.
A fourth option. Okay, so in that case, I would suggest, I would look for a motion to, first of all, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time.
Okay.
Like that. And then ask that staff look into some of the issues here and come back with the information for us. And that we have the full board here to vote on this item on May 1st.
And just want to clarify and have a report on May 4th on any of the allegations. Sorry, May 1st.
Yes.
My mistake. May 1st, and report back to the board at that time.
And at that time, we can decide the issue.
Okay.
So we need a motion to continue to May 1st?
Motion to continue.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
You can make motions.
You, what?
You can second
You can
motions.
second.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to second.
Okay, then I'll second the motion.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Okay, so we have a motion to second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay. I mean, aye. Aye for the nay.
3-1.
3-1.
3-1. Motion passes. This item is continued to May 1st.
Okay.
Thank you all for your time today. Item number 6 is discussion, approval, disapproval of a proclamation recognizing the second week of April 2024 as National Animal Care and Control Officers Appreciation Week.
Could we do 7?
I'm going to do 6, and then I'm going to do 7. You're next.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Who's running that illegal tower up? Where are we at now? 6. Oh, proclamation. Yeah.
Ms. Michaels, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you, Vice Chairman, members of the board. Whew, thank you so much for hearing us next, because we're going to talk about my officers, and they have to get out in the field.
I'm sorry we've taken so long.
No problem. So the second week of April is National Animal Care and Control Officer Appreciation Week, but we would like to include all of the animal care and control people in this. However, they have to work, so they weren't able to come. But I started my career as an animal control officer in 2011. And I know there's a lot of noise, so do you want me to wait?
If you wait just a second here.
Close the door behind you. Raul Harala has cancer. Huh?
Yeah, I heard that.
That was.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're pretty good. Go ahead.
Okay, so I started my career in 2011. I left my job at Safeway. I was there for 28 years, but I felt like I wasn't really making a difference in the community. And so I applied to be an animal control officer and took a huge cut in pay and decided to come and work here in 2011. I was hired on. 4 years later, I'm lucky enough to be the director, and it's a lot different now. It's actually animal protection officers is what we call them. We are more of a care facility than we are a control facility. We are one of the leading shelters in Arizona, always being looked at as what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I'm fortunate enough to surround myself with like-minded individuals that see the vision and where we're going and where we've been. So I wanted to share something with you because this is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. This is from Best Friends Animal Society, and this is a plaque that we are a no-kill shelter 2022 to Pinal County Animal Care and Control in recognition of achieving a no-kill status during the calendar year of 2022 by exceeding a 90% save rate for dogs and cats. And 2023 we were again. I'm looking forward to putting this on the wall in our new office space that's hopefully going to open in October. But I do want to say that the job is hard. It takes special people to do the job. We see a lot of things we can't unsee. But these people, these men and women, they do it every day. Everything I ask, they do it for me. And I just want to say that they deserve to be appreciated every single day, not just 1 week out of the year. But since we got 1 week, I'm going to read a proclamation.
Not yet. Don't read it yet.
Don't read it yet? Okay.
Don't read it yet.
Hold on.
I've never done this.
But you're really close. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Supervisor Kavanaugh, you still there?
Yes, I am. I do not have questions.
Okay. Do you have a question, sir?
I do not have a question.
Okay. Thank you. Hearing none, may I get a motion, please, for the approval of the Animal Care and Control Officers Appreciation Week proclamation?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion.
What? I'm sorry, Supervisor Kavanaugh?
Move to approve as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second? A motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can we turn his volume up a little bit? Is there a way to do that? Okay. Okay, motion passes. Ms. Michaels, would you please read the proclamation?
Thank you, Vice Chair McClure, members of the board. Animal Care and Control Officer Appreciation Week, April 7th through April 13th, second week of April every year. Whereas the National Animal Care and Control Association has designated the second week of April each year as National Animal Care and Control Officers Appreciation Week, and whereas various government officials throughout the country take time to recognize, thank, and commend all animal protection officers and animal care and control personnel for the dedicated service they provide to citizens, public safety, and the animals in Pinal County, as well as across the nation. Whereas the Arizona Animal Control Association exists to promote and improve the animal control profession and to bring all agencies throughout Arizona together for training and updates associated with the animal control profession. And whereas animal protection officers and animal care and control personnel put themselves in potentially dangerous situations to protect the health and welfare of animals and the public. And whereas animal protection officers and animal care and control personnel provide essential community functions of enforcing animal control laws, protecting the public from diseases such as rabies, and educating the public on proper care of community pets. And whereas Arizonians are encouraged to express their sincere thanks and appreciation for the service and dedication of their communities, animal protection officers and animal care and control personnel. Now, therefore, the Pinal County Board of Supervisors thank and commend all animal care and control personnel in Pinal County and do hereby proclaim April 7th, 2024 through April 13th, 2024 as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week, proclaimed this third day of April 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And will you guys stand up?
And may we get a picture with
Yes,
all of you guys?
please. That would be great. Thank you. Okay, guys. Somebody needs to focus for the picture. Go ahead and get in there. Please, 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 please. Please, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I will. Next thing, yeah, because Ken will text.
All right. Sorry about jumping around today, but I'm going to go to item 7 because we've got some others that are sitting around. So item 7 is discussion, approval, disapproval of a proclamation recognizing the week of April 6, 2024 through April 12, 2024 as Week of the Young Child. And this is going to be Ms. DeVinny. How are you today?
Good morning, Acting Chair and members of the board. My name is Katrina DeVinny. I'm the Pinal Regional Director for First Things First. First Things First was voted on by Arizonans back in 2008 when resoundingly Arizona decided that they needed to put a priority into early childhood. I have been working in Pinal County since 2011, and Pinal County has my heart. In the fact that we are not Maricopa, we are not Pima. And to see the early childhood community come together and collaborate and work together in this county is truly amazing. What they do for children and families is to be commended. I have an amazing 10-person council of volunteers from all sectors in Pinal that help make the funding decisions. And they manage $5.2 million a year that goes into early childhood in Pinal. So very proud of all of that. While I have your attention, though, I would like to let you know that we have, for the Week of the Young Child, next week we have 3 events going on around the county. So there will be an event in Santan Valley on Monday. On Wednesday, we're in Maricopa, partnering with the Auction Indian community to provide the event on their tribal land, which we're very proud of. And then Friday, we will be in Eloy. So just kind of 3 corners of the county, bringing resources and a lot of fun to families and children next week to really celebrate early learning. In addition to that, on the 23rd here in Florence, in the Ironwood Room, as a matter of fact, we will be having a forum of elected officials and business leaders in Pinal County, because although we are doing a lot, it is not enough. And when my council was looking at the fact that Pinal County is part of a child care desert, they learned that that's because we don't have a workforce. And I know workforce is an issue along a lot of areas, but we're talking about the workforce behind the workforce, the people taking care of our youngest children. So we're trying to bring together elected officials. I'd like to extend an invitation to you, to the county, the city manager as well, or the county manager, and also to Mr. Volkmar. Just come and have a conversation and see if there's anything here in Pinal that we can do to help to support early childhood learning and the workforce. I will follow up with an email with a link where you can just let us know if you or any of your staff are able to attend that event.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Any questions for Mr. Vinny? Supervisor Kavanaugh?
No questions.
Thank you. In that case, may I get a motion here for approval of the proclamation recognizing the week of April 6th through April 12th, 2024 is Week of the Young Child.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Would you please like to read the proclamation?
Thank you. Whereas all of Arizona's children deserve access to quality early care and education environments, and whereas quality child care programs build children's lifelong learning skills during that critical years from birth to age 5, and whereas early childhood education teachers and child care providers are the essential workforce that helps Arizona parents get to work or school, and whereas funding quality child care is a smart investment that improves family well-being, strengthens communities, and grows our state's prosperity. And whereas Arizona's Association for the Education of Young Children, First Things First, and other community organizations in conjunction with the National Association for the Education of Young Children are celebrating the 53rd anniversary of the Week of the Young Child. And whereas these organizations are working to improve equitable early childhood opportunities that provide a strong start for children in Pinal County. And whereas public policies that support early childhood education for Arizona's youngest learners help our families, communities, and the economy thrive. Now, therefore, the Pinal County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim April 6th through the 12th, 2024, as the Week of the Young Child in Pinal County, Arizona, and encourage all citizens to support and invest in early care and education in our community. Proclaimed this 3rd day of April, 2024. And I have 2 of my council members here, Jan Vitamos from Pinal County Public Health and Tara Walter, the mayor of Florence.
And we would love to get a picture with all of you and the proclamation.
Thank you.
Hold on, if you can, the mayor wanted another one real quick. I don't know which way she wants it, but there we go.
Thank you both so much.
Try to get back on track here. Let's see. We're going to go back to item 4, which is county manager's report.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. A few items. First is April 1st through the 7th is National Public Health Week, so we want to commend our public health team members for what they do for Pinal County. Secondly is next Wednesday starts a large event here in Florence known as Country Thunder, and so encourage the travelers to take additional time because we will have State Route 79, Hunt Highway, and State Route 287 with tremendous amount of traffic. So plan accordingly, please, and be safe. Thirdly is International Dark Sky Week, April 2nd through the 8th, and many events that originated in District 5, but also transitioning to District 4 at the Oracle State Park, which is a designated international dark sky park. And so one of the events is tomorrow, April 4th, our park open space trails and regional park department will be hosting a dark sky hike at our regional park, Peralta Regional Park, at 7 p.m., our award-winning Peralta Regional Park. Then the big event is Monday, April 8th at 8:30. We're asking and encouraging residents across Pinal County to turn off lights for 30 minutes to enjoy the night sky. Sorry, law enforcement. Hopefully that doesn't impact you guys, but we're trying to enjoy our dark sky. And we do have a small video that we'd like to show that will call out all these events.
We are here at Oracle State Park, here in southern Pinal County, just north of Tucson.
Did you want to look again? Want to look again?
We have some telescopes set up over here.
Step right up, folks. That's Jupiter, the biggest planet in the solar system. It's about 513 million miles away.
They may be able to see a comet over here in the western sky. You'll see the winter Milky Way overhead, because we do have these beautiful dark skies up here.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Amateur astronomers, they love sharing what they see in their telescopes. Unlike a lot of other hobbyists who really don't share stuff, astronomers want to share.
These moons go around in 2 or 3 days.
This is a very special park here at Oracle State Park. We're kind of out of the way. We're kind of known as a hidden gem. But because we're in a dark location, well away from the city lights, we have this beautiful night sky. We want to protect it.
We in Dark Sky Southern Arizona chapter help folks understand what light pollution is. We speak in terms of glare, of sky glow, of light trespass. If we were to look at a large city from afar, we can see that dome over the city. That is the light pollution that's escaping up into the atmosphere. And that's wasteful light, wasteful energy. And the easiest solution to that, obviously, is just to turn the light off. Well, that would be a simple solution, but we obviously need light. But we need the right kind of light. We need light that's shielded, that's pointed downward. It provides safety, but it's not blinding, it's not glaring. Many cities in our country and throughout the world are so badly polluted that citizens within those cities have never seen the night sky. They look up, they don't see stars, they certainly don't see the Milky Way. International Dark Sky Week is April 2nd through the 8th. And what we are asking them to do is be aware, is to, in their neighborhood, in their cities, look and identify what they believe is obnoxious light, is infringing light, and work with their neighbors, with their community to make sure that the light is used only where it's necessary and use the right type of light. A lower temperature light, a softer light, amber works beautifully. So we're asking them to get engaged and work towards reducing the amount of light pollution.
People up here in Oracle, and in fact all over the state of Arizona, come to Oracle State Park because we are an international dark sky park. They want you to come up and look through that eyepiece and ask questions about what is this I'm seeing through the eyepiece. They don't care whether you're 6 years old, 60 years old. They want you to look through that and just get this beautiful appreciation of what's out there in our universe.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One other item, latest update. I'd like to turn it over to our legal counsel regarding a recent Pinal Regional Transportation Authority legal decision.
Thank you, Manchu. Chairman, members of the board. Some good news to report. As you may recall, back in February of this year, there was an oral argument that was held in the tax court regarding the PRTA, and that was in response to the motion for a permanent injunction and constructive trust that was filed by Van Gilder, via the Goldwater Institute and so forth. I'm happy to report that late yesterday afternoon, we received a decision from that court, and I'll just read you a small snippet of it. The court finds, number one, the relief plaintiffs seek is outside the scope of what was sought in the plaintiff's complaint and what was awarded in the judgment. And number two, plaintiffs are required to exhaust their administrative remedies and have not done so here. As a result, the court does not have jurisdiction to order refunds of monies held related to the tax. If the parties were to agree to an orderly process for distributing refunds and determining any remainder, the court would approve that stipulated agreement, but they have not yet reached such an agreement. The court went on then to go ahead and require us, the parties, to meet and confer and submit a joint status update to the court whether any agreements have been reached and so forth by June 3rd of this year. So that's all, and I will get a copy of this to Madam Clerk and ask her to distribute to you. It's a short 5-page opinion, but it's well-reasoned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought. Item number 5, Supervisor District Updates. Start with Mr. Kavanaugh. Do you have one?
None at this time.
Okay. Supervisor Surtee.
I have a couple. This last week, last Thursday, was the March the 29th is officially the date that the Vietnam War ended, and they have been going back to commemorate that ever since. And from here in Pinal County, we actually had 4 veterans that traveled back there and then came back on Saturday. There were a total of 11 wreaths laid in Washington, D.C., and Pinal County laid 4 of them. And our residents that went back were Nancy Fassbender, Phil Todd, who was here earlier, I don't know if he stayed, Commander Frank White from the VFW in Apache Junction, and Michael Overmeyer. So we were well represented by Pinal County back there, and of course we always want to honor those people that died and were injured and what they did for us during Vietnam. And the other one is I also have a video. There's been a bunch of digging and scraping and hauling in Apache Junction for over a month now, and a lot of people don't know what it's about. But we're going to watch a video that explains it, and nothing is being constructed there. It didn't help that a home builder was allowed to put a sign selling houses right in this construction, so it made it look like they were constructing houses, but they're not. But this video is going to explain exactly why this basin is being constructed, and it also warns that another big basin, even bigger one, is coming in the future. So we have that queued up, I believe. We're in the city limits of Apache Junction, and there's been a need for this for a long time. We get 3 or 4 inches of rain, it really causes a lot of downstream problems.
It was identified early on by the consulting engineers that this would benefit just under 2,700 parcels, and that's a pretty significant number.
It is something that's been needed for the city for many years. When we have heavy monsoon rains, the flow of water coming through.
Over where the Ace Hardware parking lot is on Little Caesars, that's had 6 feet of water before.
The city of Apache Junction approached the county for a joint project, and we engaged our consultants to do an analysis of vacant lots in the city that could be utilized for stormwater detention processes, and ultimately decided that this would be the most beneficial for what we needed to convey.
By doing it way up here to the north, we're solving problems downstream in the business district.
Being so close to the Superstition Mountains and the Goldfield Mountains, we tend to get a lot of sediment that is transported with storm water, and that gets deposited in streets. It clogs up our culverts.
So what this basin is going to do is 2 things that address both of the issues. One is it's going to detain water that comes into the site and slowly bleed it off so that the infrastructure downstream can contain that, and you won't have the flooding that was occurring in years past. The other thing it's going to do is it's going to allow the sediment that comes down to drop out and deposit in the basin so that it won't reach the existing city infrastructure.
It's easier for crews to empty the sediment from this basin rather than from the streets.
There's an even bigger project coming to the east on Weeks Wash, which is the one where you'll see all of the dangerous flooding where there's had to be rescues, and it is very dangerous.
Come on, I got you, come on. Hurry, the water's coming, ma'am.
Weeks Wash is going to be affecting more further in the eastern part of the community.
But it's the same kind of approach. It's going to bring water in, it's going to detain it, let it bleed off slowly so that it's not overwhelming.
Was that it?
It's just getting to the good part.
The design of the basin, and Pinal County Flood Control District and Apache Junction are splitting the cost of construction 50-50.
A project of this size, we do need to have some collaboration and some help with that. It would be difficult for us to design something like this, and then also as well as administer the project, take it through construction.
Once the basin has been constructed, we'll turn it over to Apache Junction for maintenance, and then for them to make a decision in terms of what park opportunities they want to pursue.
I've been confronted by several people in the aspect saying that we're building 3-story apartment buildings, and I keep telling them, no, it's a water retention.
So there's been rumors that this is going to be housing and apartment buildings. It's not. It's going to be a retention basin. I believe the city is then going to turn it into a park. It's going to be walkable and usable for everyone.
Moving forward, once the basin is complete, at some point in the future, the way the basin has been designed, there are some upper levels that can be used as an amenity, a park amenity for city and county residents to use.
We engage with that in mind, that ultimately the basin could be converted into a park.
We will have this project done before this monsoon season for this year, and it will definitely serve a great purpose. It'll trap the sediment and not affect those 2,700 parcels downstream. Huge benefit for us.
This project is illustrative of how the counties and cities can work together to develop regional projects that also have local impacts.
Benefit to the community, to the county. You know, it's great that we have that ability to work together. We've been doing it for years and continuing it on. I think it's fantastic.
And it affects probably 5,000 residents right here, if not more. Downstream, upstream, makes everybody, the county, the city, it just makes the whole region better.
One down. Yeah. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A great video, and I think that's a great example of how the county does cooperate with cities and towns. We did a project up north of Casa Grande years ago that did resolve in some, solutions for downstream people. For me, April 17th, there will be a town hall meeting for District 3. More will be out about that, but we're going to do it in conjunction with the road maintenance program that we're looking at. So it'll be from 6 to 8 in Casa Grande. This Thursday, 2 days from now, or tomorrow, let's see, what day is today? Wednesday. Tomorrow, the CAP, the Central Arizona Project, takes their show on the road, and they will be holding their Pinal County meeting here in this building tomorrow. So I know water is a dry subject, but if you want to come and watch how the CAP operates and how they're, how they function and some of the activities that they partake in, you can watch it live here and tomorrow. Starts at 10. So anyway, that's all I have for now.
Did you have a video that you wanted to show?
I have no videos. Oh, I do?
Yes, you do.
I do? Say somebody, what is it a video of? The what? Oh, the Randolph Project. I didn't know we were queuing that up today. Somebody ought to give me the memo.
I have it.
That's Jackson.
We're nearing completion. Probably about 3 to 4 more weeks. We'll have everything wrapped up, pavement, get everything cleaned up in here, signs, striping, be able to come in and do a final picture and walk of everything.
We've had some problems with rain. There's a lot of areas that gather the water, so it made for a lot of mud holes. That's been the biggest challenge.
It's been a big mess. Had to come in, pump water, get it out of the road. It's definitely been a nuisance with the rain. Did push us back a few weeks. Having the community involved helped out a lot.
It's always good to have the community involved with what we're doing.
Nesbitt did reach out to a couple locals here, got some workers.
We've had some people in the neighborhood that we've hired on.
Having those residents working with the contractors on site makes it a better project.
I I think it's going to be a great improvement.
Sidewalks, roads.
Who doesn't want nice sidewalks to walk on and a nice striped road to drive on?
Stop signs at every intersection, four-way stops, crosswalks, drainage will hopefully be a lot better.
It's going to be really nice.
Everybody seems like they're really happy with it. 3 to 4 weeks, I think this project will be wrapping up. Said it'll be coming to an end here pretty quick.
There you go. So,
nice
very proud of that. I did not know we were going to show that today, but and I think we might even do more of a wrap up where we can interview some of the residents. I want to have a chance to speak with the community going forward. So, but thank you, staff. Thank you, Pinal County, for all the work you've done and help navigate that project. And it is a well-worthy project for Pinal. Those folks, they've been paying their taxes just like everybody else for decades, and they deserve a little of that to come back to them. So we're very happy with that project and very proud of it. And I put the staff, the Pinal County people are the ones that make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. And then I have one. So as many of you are aware, Pinal Air Park is Pinal County's, the airplane graveyard along I-10 there. And so we're going through a massive revitalization of that park, and it's pretty impressive. It'll take quite a few years. But one of our tenants there is Ascent, and they are, I can't remember what RPO stands for, but they repair and fix up airplanes and transform them from passenger planes to cargo planes, and they customize planes. And they're a pretty cool place, and I have a video of this from a couple days ago. A groundbreaking of their new terminal.
We're out here at the Pinal Air Park with a groundbreaking for Ascent. They're getting ready to put up 2 huge hangars.
2 90,000-foot hangars
that are going to be converting 777s into freighters.
Conversion of aircraft 777 ER, 300 ERs from passenger service into freighter service. The demand for freighter aircraft in the world's economy is very great, and there's not enough cargo aircraft to go around.
It's a $55 million investment in our air park. That's great for the community. It's going to bring 300 jobs.
High-paying jobs at that. And, so all that money stays in Pinal and Pima counties. So it's big for the economy, for both local, regional, and state economies.
A lot of aviation industry coming in here. We've rezoned outside of this as commercial, and we'll be bringing in other businesses on the entrance to the air park. So it should be quite the economic generator for us.
There's tremendous growth potential here. When COVID hit, we went from under 100 airplanes to we flexed up to 400 plus airplanes. I think we peaked at 460 here at Pinal Air Park in a matter of 30 to 45 days. So that just shows our ability to flex and grow and expand our capabilities.
Ascent, I have a pretty good relationship with the president, Dave Quirio, and it was about a year ago, I believe, where he was looking for a home for the project.
At the end of the day, when we started our discussions with our modification partner, Israel Aerospace Industries, they wanted to have the modification done elsewhere, and we convinced them that this is the ideal location because of the experienced workforce, the expertise, the climate, and Southern Arizona is very, very big into aerospace and aviation.
Pinal County offers the ability to have, inexpensive land. That's really one of the biggest, and the space that they need to be able to expand. The other airports don't have that, and they really like working with us because we're easy to work with. We've been very accommodating, and we try to be that way because we want to bring economic development. We're trying to revitalize the air park.
This is the first substantial vertical development at the air park, probably in like 50 years when that 747 hangar was built. So other than a great thing happening for the local economy and the county, it's a great thing for the air park because it shows progress. new progress.
It sounds like it came together pretty quickly, but it was a 2.5-year negotiation process to come to contract. And once we came to contract in early Q3 of 2023, we had already done a lot of the legwork for hangar development. So it was just a matter of time of putting all the dominoes on the board and getting them to stand upright.
We've been working on this. I mean, I heard about this 3 years ago going on, and now it's finally coming to fruition. And so that's a big deal. Again, investment in our county is big. Economic development is big. It gets us away from just rooftop taxes. It gets us to businesses that pay the taxes, to keep the home property taxes down. And that's what we're looking for. And, of course, the jobs that it brings is the economic boon to the county.
Thank you. All right. Moving on. Let's see. We have 5, 6. I've lost count here.
8.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Sturdy. Number 8, discussion updates on the state and federal legislative session.
And I have no update. Everybody's been on vacay. They shut down the state legislature. They're fired back up this week, so
all right,
we'll see what goes on.
Okay, thank you.
You're on.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Next will be Purchasing Division report. Ms. Woods, how are you today?
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure, members of the board. I'm good, thank you. I hope you're as well. You're good as well.
We're surviving.
Good. Excuse me. I have today, I'm Angie Woods. I'm the Director of the Office of Budget and Finance. I have today's Purchasing Division report for April 3rd, 2024. The board is requested to approve the following contract amendment or amendments for RFP 203026, Public Defense Services. Public Defense Service Office, goodness, today. Public Defense Services Office Attorney Services. It's recommended approval of Amendment Number 4 to exercise the optional extension period from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th of 2025 with the following suppliers: Shelley M. Wallace, Attorney at Law; CZOP Law Firm, PLLS, Stephen CZOP; David McGinn Law, PLLC; FHU Law, PLLC; Fossil U Law; J Cloud Law, PLLC, Jeff Cloud; James Q. Buchanan, Attorney at Law; Law Office of Ann M. Williams, PC; Law Office of Adam James; Law Office of Bryson Jones, PLLC; Law Office of Mark Talon; Law Office of Timothy V. Nelson; Lynn Legal Consulting, PLLC; Olivia Lynn Esquire; Service Law Group, PLLC, INN Service; Solosky Law Firm, PLLC, James Solosky; the Laura Law Group, PLC, Matthew Laura. There's one optional extension period remaining, and this contract is used by our Public Defense Services Department. Second is RFP 208226, Immigration Resource Attorney Services. It's recommended approval of Amendment Number 3 to exercise optional extension period from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th of 2025 with Balser and Siegel, LLP, and the Newfield Law Firm, PLC. There's one optional extension period remaining, and the contract is used by Public Defense Services Department. RFP 220431, Electronic Health Record Software. It's recommended approval of Amendment Number 2 to exercise the optional extension period from July 1st of 2024 through June 30th, 2025 with Cure MD. There's 7 optional extension periods remaining on the contract, and it is used by our Public Health Services Department. IFB 225627, On-Site Aggregate Cushing Services. It's recommended approval of Amendment Number 2 to exercise the optional extension period from April 13th, 2024 through April 12th, 2025 with Smithco Enterprises Incorporated. There are 2 optional extension periods remaining, and this contract is used by Development Service Public Works Division. Number 5, IFB 232528, roadway maintenance, roadway pavement markings. Recommended approval of amendment number 1 to exercise the optional extension period from April 18th of 2024 through April 17th of 2025 with Franklin Striping Incorporated, Hulks, I think that's how you say that, Construction Services LLC, Pavement Marking Incorporated. There are 3 optional extension periods remaining, and the contracts are used by the Development Services Public Works Division. Lastly, RFP 232627, WIOA One-Stop Operator, recommended approval of amendment number 1 to exercise the optional extension period from July 1st of 2024 through June 30th of 2025 with Chicanos por la Casa. There are 3 optional extension periods remaining, and this contract is used by our Workforce Development Department. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? No? In that case, may I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the Purchasing Division report as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Thank you.
Item 10 is consent items. All items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. I currently have, Mr. Allen has pulled item C. Supervisor Kavanaugh has pulled items D. Oh, I'm sorry, not items, but item D. Supervisor Miller has pulled items E and A, B. And Ms. Kennedy has pulled item P, as in Paul. And so with that, are there any items that the county management wishes to call or pull? No? Public, members of the public wish to call any items out of the consent agenda? Hearing, seeing none. Very well. May I get a motion, please?
Chairman,
Maybe not.
if I may, Mr. Allen just advised me that for item number C, it does not need to be pulled. The appointee is not present today.
Okay. So we won't.
Real quick, I'm seeing if item E is still here.
Okay.
They're checking on that right now.
All right.
If he's not here, we don't have to pull it.
For Supervisor Kavanaugh, Mr. Franklin, do you still want to pull D? We're not quite there yet, but you still want to pull D? Okay. Oh, the chairman is
It
here.
doesn't look like my appointee.
With dark glasses and everything. Man, dude.
Yeah. Okay, evidently, Mr. Meninga has left, so
no
we do
E.
not need to pull.
So in this, I would like to get a motion for items A through AS minus item D, A, B, and P. Do I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I'm lost.
Are you here?
So I'll wait till you guys give it.
Okay, so I got it right. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus D, P, and AB.
Correct. Items A through S minus those 3, yes.
A through S minus those 3.
Those 3, what you just said. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We'll start with item D. Mr. Franklin.
Chairman?
Mr. Kavanaugh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is very problematic if you look at the details of this company, if this is the one I'm thinking about. And because I'm away and not able to read the text of this, I'm wondering if
Supervisor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
This is the item to appoint Constance Jackson.
Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, go ahead.
So, the Constance Jackson, this is an appointment for the committee to review issues that come up with respect to employees. Forgive me, there's a nasty echo with this phone system. But the important thing about this is the commission is made up of Republicans and Democrats. There's a balance, and there's an opening for a non-Republican. And Ms. Jackson stepped forward, and she has an extraordinary reputation with the community, and would serve our communities well in this position. So with that, I move to approve item D as presented.
Item D.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. And is the applicant, is the person here?
Jackson, come up.
I don't know, do we want to do a photograph? Would you be up for a photograph?
Of course you would.
If you
Sure, photos
You
it
would
is.
be.
Oh, yeah.
All of us?
Usually
All of us
it's
are
just
just
the supervisor.
Oh, she wants us all. I heard the announcement, and that's what.
Chairman Goodman, would you like the gavel back?
Continue. I'm good.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, next would be item P, as in Paul. Ms. Kennedy.
Yes, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and board members. Item P is being requested for pulling to continue to the April 24th board meeting, considering the consent agenda item P, notice of formation on the agenda.
Okay. So to be moved to, I'm sorry, what day?
April 24th. Continue to April 24th.
Continue to April 24th. Can I get a motion, please, for item P?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue item P to the April 24th meeting.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item is continued. Let's see. Next is item AB. Supervisor Miller.
Yes. As I went through all these code cases, this one stood out as not an unsightly. I really do not like the International Property Maintenance Code, because I could take you anywhere in this county and you could write up all kinds of people because they're not maintaining their houses, which is a sad state of affairs. So it's kind of a catch-all. I believe some of the issues with this gentleman is because he hasn't either combined a lot, maybe just because he doesn't have a primary use. He has what would be considered a secondary use. And I don't know if the gentleman is here. You know, he's not. Because the observation to me on that project or on that particular case is something that we've actually championed, or we want to see that type of lifestyle. It's a agricultural type use. It's a hay barn. He's cleaned up the property. If you look at 2017 to where it is today, he's put a lot of investment in it. Now, whether he got a permit or didn't get a permit, and whether it's ag status or it's not ag status, that's all for debate and all for discussion. But just looking at that, I think it might be a communication problem. I don't know. I don't have all the details on that case, and I'm not going to debate it here today. I'm not going to support the decision that maybe the rest of the board will put on that one. But I wish I had an opportunity to talk to the individual about it. For all of those others that we just approved, get ready, people, for the sticker shock of what it's going to cost the county. And I know it's going to be a clean and lean kind of project. We'll get our money back eventually, but we're going to end up putting out a lot of cash to catch up on some of that. But this AB one, I think, is an outlier from the rest of those, and that's just my opinion.
Mr. Cameron?
So if we
go ahead.
Disapprove this, we're kind of giving them more time to, or we just want to strike this one? What are we actually doing with the motion?
Don't look at me.
It's up to you guys.
And Mr. Chairman, don't look at me, because we have outside counsel that represents you on these types of matters. What I can tell you, though, is, and I'll ask Mr. Cameron to correct me if I'm misremembering, but this matter has already gone to the hearing office. The hearing officer has issued a decision. There was the ability to appeal to the Board of Adjustments, which is the next step to go ahead, and that has not occurred. The time has run on that. So the appeal process is now up to the board to grant us as county attorneys the ability to go and enforce that hearing officer's decision. So that's what's before you today. Did I correct that?
Thank you. Accurate. And did we want to have Andrew present?
Who's Andrew?
Should the board have questions, Andrew McGuire.
Andrew McGuire.
Yep.
Is he available?
Yeah. And
Andrew, are you on?
Is he the
Andrew?
Property owner?
No,
he's your counsel for these types of matters.
If you recall, he's our outside counsel on
correct.
this one.
If you recall, on numerous occasions in the past,
Yeah,
Andrew would sit in my chair when these matters came up, because we are representing the hearing officers and the like, and the department.
He's supposed to be on.
So if I might add something to it, Supervisor, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is something that we have been dealing with for a lot of years now in regards to these type of things. And granted, I am 100% with what Supervisor Miller said about we're interested in our communities being clean and kept clean and things of that nature. But the one thing for me personally that I'm seeing, I've had several in my part of the county where individuals have just buried their head because they don't know how to go about it. They don't know where to go. They get letters from attorneys, from our attorney, from the county, and as a result of that, some of these people, we've gone forward on some of our decisions and everything else. There's not much we can do about that, but part of the problem, that's one of the reasons why I've always advocated for some type of outside help or something of that nature that would allow somebody to help these individuals through the process. We don't give legal advice. Totally get that. But at least they can help them see or make some of the visits, and that's where, in the past, I've always wanted to give some flexibility to our code enforcer to be able to go in there, assess the situation, and work with them no matter how long it takes. I mean, to your point, the cost is going to be astronomical in some of this stuff that we're going to be doing. And so I think, but back to the question that Supervisor Surtees said, if we deny it, what process would you guys do at that point?
It's done. It's essentially the hearing office decision and process would be nullified.
So then you're done with it? Is that what happens as a county?
You've denied the ability of the hearing office to have any teeth to the process.
Okay.
And if I can, I appreciate Supervisor Miller's concern about the cost of the clean and lean process. This is not one of those processes. We are not going to go in and bulldoze a mayor motel. And it's not a modest agricultural improvement. It is a 3,500-foot, very nicely done mayor motel. However, in this case, you talk about working with the property owner. The dynamics that were taking place this started back in 2021. In 2022, the property owner started giving us information that, I'm waiting for my engineer to give me the plans so I can finish the permitting process. He's been blowing smoke the entire time, stringing us along, trying, we have actually had a group meeting with him, with the developmental services director, Jim Allen. There was probably 6 or 7 county staff individuals were sitting down with him to say, this is the situation we have here. This is what we need to have done. We outlined a program for him to get it done, to work with him. We sent him an agreement to how we were going to be proceeding. He has refused to sign that agreement and enter into it. We're at the type of a dynamic where we've got a property owner who is just doing his own thing, doesn't care about what's happening. He has run electricity and water from his neighboring parcel where he resides to this parcel without any approval or permitting being done. This is the frustration that we see on our side. When we see a lawsuit filed, oftentimes the property owner will say, gosh, I guess I'm going to have to do something here. I'm going to have to start cooperating. We do not want to bulldoze the property. That's not the goal here, and that's not going to be the result. It's going to be, we're going to be able to make sure that the property is safe and sound with electricity, water, and the structure is built appropriately. It probably is. But nonetheless, they've stonewalled us and said, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, whatever. This is why we're here today. The hearing office went through a process, gave him an opportunity to speak. They found him in violation. The International Building Code has been adopted by the county, by the supervisors, by vote. So this is what we have here. Now we're just taking it to say, let's put some teeth behind it. We're looking for compliance, and this is a tool.
Okay.
Supervisor
just quick
Miller.
to the point, this is not an unsightly situation. This is not. And you know.
Absolutely. This is a good-looking mayor motel.
Exactly. Mayor, meaning the female horse.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so everybody knows.
Not mayor,
yeah.
but mayor.
So for those out there that may not caught that.
Nice catch.
So, it's a quality of life thing to me. He loves this kind of life. I embrace that type of lifestyle. I said, well, what if he had built a tennis court out there and put lights out there and a drinking fountain? He'd be in violation. I mean, it's seriously, but maybe tennis was his thing, Yeah. I don't know. And for some reason, this apex of this BWAP has just hit a wall. We don't seem to get, I don't know what the percentage of people are that comply, that don't comply. But man, when they don't, it just is, it's just button heads. And I don't know where this gentleman's going to go after, if you were to hold up the hearing officer, and it's a fine, I assume, and where it goes from here, I don't know. But and I just really think that sometimes this is over. I want to just say this, that the building code is overrated. I just think sometimes that it's shoved down people's throat, and that's when they really resist. And the process is the process. It's there. Yes, I guess I voted for that maintenance code, but if you dig into that maintenance code, you could run around this county and you'd run out of ink writing up everybody,
Correct, and oftentimes when we get people that complain about that they're being targeted, we recognize that you can't throw a brick from their property without being another code issue.
Right.
We'll get to it eventually. And Supervisor Miller,
I'm just arguing for the guy today. I wished he was here.
If you put a pickleball court on your property and the neighbors started to complain, we'd have to respond.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just, pile on, if you will. But mostly to preview. I mean, and let me just say that it's our goal in the month of May at a work session to bring you another option that we have been working on to go ahead and try to resolve some of those violations, the trash, rubbish, debris, the easy ones that should be able to be dealt with. So that's a preview of what's coming. We're putting that together. We've been working on that for a few months, going from what several other counties are doing and how they're going forward on some of these, because it's not unique to us. It is unique to all the county. It's across the counties, all of them. But yeah, we hope to bring you something else for consideration again in May work session for discussion purposes, and take your temperature. Are we going in the right direction on some of these things?
With that said,
yeah, I tend to side with Mr. Miller because he knows the situation, and I am usually on property owners' rights. If we would side with this property owner, Chris Keller, does double jeopardy come into case, meaning we can never go after this guy again? Oh, he said we could do. Would that then open the floodgates for him to do whatever he wanted? It sounds like it's a very clean property. He wouldn't do that. So that would be one thing on my mind is, hey, they approved me for this. Now I'm going to do this, this, and this. Would we still have the option of coming back after him later?
And you do have counsel online if you...
Yes, I was just going to say, I believe we've now been able to get a hold of Andrew, so he could probably answer that question better than we can.
Mr. McGuire, are you there?
I am, sir. Members of the board, I think the thing to keep in mind is that code violations are typically not unique to the one day that the violation has been issued. So you're not necessarily foreclosing future actions on this property, but you are foreclosing this particular one, and you are probably not going to be able to pursue this particular thing again. So I think that there are, when it's a building safety issue like this, the county's position is to uphold your building code and to make sure that you're not overstepping, but you're certainly applying the laws that exist today. And if there's a change in that provision, then you're certainly free to make that change later on. But your county attorney's office is tasked with applying law as it is. This has been ongoing for many years, so I have to imagine that there's been a fair amount of resources expended already in terms of continuing violations. If the neighbors complain, your code enforcement folks will be right back out there.
So was there a complaint on this item, on this building from a neighbor? Is that how this started?
It drew out of a lighting issue.
A lighting issue? Okay. Supervisor Goodman. Chairman Goodman.
Well, thank you. I just have a question for Supervisor Miller. Would it be helpful to, and can we do this, can we continue this at a later date, and would that be helpful for you to wrap your head around it?
I think we can continue. Yeah, and it might. I would like to see the transcripts from the hearing.
You might want to talk to the property owner and take him by the hand and help him along.
So
I did pretty good in Oracle.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So a continuance. I would support a continuance.
So with that, is there any other discussion? None. Can I get a motion then for something on AB?
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a motion to continue this to.
Mr.
Do you?
I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller, Madam Clerk keeps reminding me that, your next meeting on the 24th, she's trying to keep the agenda somewhat short because you have another meeting in the afternoon, so you may want to continue it to that following meeting, which I believe is May 1st.
If I could suggest, you mentioned something that we're going to be looking at something in May. Maybe we could look at this after whatever you come up with in May when you're rewriting something.
What we're going to present in May is a draft of what we are considering. That would have to go through the publication process and a public a time period. So we wouldn't be implementing it in May, but we would be presenting it in May. And that's purely your call. How long you want to continue this to?
May 1st.
May 1st.
Yeah.
Continue. I'll make a motion to continue this to May 1st.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. This item is continued to May 1.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Next up, I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors regular meeting to convene into the Pinal County Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting.
I thought I was going to hear recess for lunch.
Almost. I'm just trying to rush it through here. Just give me a second. So this has two items. All items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of a consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Are there any items on this agenda that the board wishes to call? Or pull, rather, sorry. County manager? Members of the public? Seeing, hearing none, make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the consent items for the Pinal County Public Health Services A and B.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll adjourn the Public Health Services District meeting and reconvene the Board of Supervisors regular meeting. And everybody's getting antsy. I see you all jumping around over there. Real quick, though, item 12. Okay. Ms. Broussard, are you here? Item 12. This has been recommended to be continued to April 24th of this year. So in that case, there's a recommendation to continue this item. Do you have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we continue this to April 24, 2024.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Excuse me, Mr. Kavanaugh? Supervisor? You said aye. Okay, thank you. Aye. So unanimous motion passes. Item 12 is continued to April 24th. At this time, I'm going to ask that we take a short recess.
Yep.
So we're recessed for 20 minutes.
Takes me longer than that to get in.
Throw it down you now. Just back in session. There we go. All right. This will be item 13, and 14 will be discussed together. This is a public hearing to discuss, approve, disapprove ordinance number 2024-PZ-047-23, which is an ordinance approving case PZ-047-23. And you are not Patrick Roberts, but Glenn, go ahead.
Correct. Glenn Bach here, Senior Planner of Planning Development. Gilbert Olguin was set to present this, but he's got a scheduled conflict, so I'm afraid you're stuck with me. So moving on here, so this is case PZ 047-23 and PZPD 025-23 Hernandez Pecan Farm wedding venue. And here we have Conrad Hernandez, the owner, and Rose Law Group is the applicant, requesting for the first case an approval of a rezone of 2.24 acres from GR to C3, development of a wedding and event venue. This is located east of North Burris Road and south of West Camino Ledesma in Pinal County. The second case then is a represented by the same, and this is for a PAD overlay district over the same aforementioned property. And this map shows you the approximate location, which is in the generally south Casa Grande area. Here we have a little bit more zoomed in, and also an aerial photo of the property. As you can see, there's some commercial or industrial uses in the near vicinity. This is a screen capture from the comprehensive plan, showing the comprehensive plan designation. And here we have the generalized conceptual site plan. And you have a lot of trees that I believe the plan is to leave those in place and then do parking in the eastern half. Here we have the permitted uses here in C3. And apparently there was a error caught by staff here with that screen captures pointing to. And I think I would mention it in more detail in your staff report. And given that I'm not terribly familiar with this case, we do have the applicant here if any questions should arise. So here we are looking north from the property, the posting of the site looking south, east, and west from the property.
Glenn, can you go back to the location picture? I just wanted to see, like, first or second slide. I'm sorry.
Sure. There we go. Is that the one you were looking for?
Oh, the map.
Oh, okay.
The map, yeah, back a ways. There, okay.
So there's your comp plan. So there's where it lies within the comp plan.
Right, and
then we have.
There you go. That's the one. Is that Abbott across the street? Or who is that on the other side of MCG? That's Abbott? Okay, okay, so this is, I mean, because where all the numbers are, that's what we just approved to be commercial the other day. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
I mean, so this is all in the commercial. Okay, I'm good, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I knew right what I was talking about.
So go back another one. The one that had the big red circle. Oh, okay. Right there. There you go. So the big red circle is intensive activity center. This is not going to be, I was told in some other meeting that the activity centers meant shopping centers and type of malls and retail and restaurants. That ain't ever going to happen there. This is an industrial park now. This is all industrial out there. So, I mean, I just think those red circles sometimes are misleading when we show these in the comprehensive plan, because I don't know when that was put there, but it was never going to turn into a shopping center with a railroad running through the middle of it. Sure. So My point being is, all this stuff is changing so fast that sometimes our comprehensive plan is way behind on what the reality of life is. So anyway, and I mean, I don't have a problem with this use in this area, but it is all industrial at this point in time. If you had a more current picture, you'd see all kinds of activity out there.
Agreed, and yes, and duly noted. So, yeah, and then hence more of the reason for the revisions of the comp plan to adjust such things.
Yeah. Okay, so did you finish your presentation? I'm sorry.
Essentially, I'm done with the presentation. So, if the board has no further questions, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Are there questions? Any other questions from the board? No. Supervisor Kavanaugh, are you there? No, he's not there anymore. Okay. And the applicant is not doing a presentation, is that correct? Okay, Ms. Alt? No. Okay. So in that case, this is a public hearing, so I would open the public hearing for items 13 and 14 as a group. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none. Let's see. I'll open the public hearing. I'll close the public hearing, just like that. There we go. Okay, just to be official. So I have to be official because you're here now. That's right. So it's really important. So with that, then I would ask for a motion on item 13 if there are no other questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item 13 as presented with one stipulation.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Now, item number 14. Can I get a motion for item 14 with 17 stipulations?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item number 14 as presented with 17 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Let's see, item 15, we have more than done that. Item 16 is a public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of the fiscal year, fiscal year 24-28 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Consolidated Plan. I'm going to guess that it's going to be Ms. Patel. Just lucky guess, right? How are you today?
Great, thank you. Acting Chairman, members of the board, Heather Patel here with the Office of Budget and Finance. The item before you today, just a little bit of discussion, and then there's a public hearing. This is our 5-year consolidated plan for the use of our HUD funding for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership, and our Emergency Solutions Grant programs. This 5-year plan, well, I guess what I'll go over a little bit of agenda here is our purpose is to discuss what was in the 5-year plan as well as our annual action plan, and then, of course, seek permission to submit this to HUD. A few things of note on that is we have the draft plan before you with a stipulation that once HUD releases the actual dollar amounts that will be allocated to us, that we will update the plan accordingly. And I'll go over some of that in just a little bit. Generally, we would have liked HUD to have released that amount in March, but they're obviously a little bit behind. And so what we'll just discuss now is really our goals and the objectives of these plans and the documents before you. So the 5-year consolidated plan is sort of our application to HUD to say, okay, over this 5-year period of time, this is what we plan to do with the funding. And then what we do is establish those goals, and any project that we want to do has to come within those prioritized goals. We are anticipating over the period, the 5-year period, is we really get about $1.8 million from the CDBG funding, so multiply that by 5. Roughly somewhere around $600 for our home program, and then about $150 or so in the ESG program. Now, in addition to our consolidated plan, or included with it, we did have to do an analysis of impediments to fair housing and do some analysis, and so all of that is included in the document as well. The 5-year plan, like I said, is our main application to HUD, and then every year we have to submit an annual action plan which says what we're going to do that specific year with the funding. What we did through this consolidated planning process is we did a lot of outreach. We had a lot of public meetings. We did a survey. We even had meetings that you were all invited to attend quite some time ago. This was a very lengthy process. We collected any comments and we incorporated all of them into the document. We also assessed some data on housing, homelessness, infrastructure, and all of that. We looked at the demographics of our area and identified areas that, as it relates to our analysis of impediments to fair housing, areas of, impediments for people to have access to housing. And then we put that all together into a plan that, again, identifies our priorities and our goals, and then what we would do, our assessment on fair housing. Excuse me. Over the 5 years, we identified under each program the following priorities.
Excuse me,
Oh, yes.
question.
So sorry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Heather. I just had a question back on that next slide, the previous slide. So the data that you received, and you have housing, homelessness, infrastructure, and facilities, poverty. But I have a hard time, if I couldn't get a house or I was homeless, I darn sure not going to worry about infrastructure. So I'm trying to connect the dots. And I just am just curious about how that's a lot to cover. And I mean, I guess the open meetings or the public meetings you had, you arrived at this data from those meetings. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you, Chairman, Supervisor Miller, members of the board. The meetings did not necessarily just give us the data. Our consultant actually collected the data from various sources. And so in the document, you'll see lots of great graphs and an analysis of that data. There's some stuff in there that shows areas where we have a high poverty level. There's areas that, break out ownership versus rental. All of that data and information was looked at. And that is to help us sort of figure out where our focus should be. Obviously, with housing, we can't have housing unless we have the infrastructure that is brought to the housing. Sure. And so if we identify that there is particular communities or areas that lack housing, adequate housing, we have to make sure that the infrastructure is there. So we can use our CDBG funding for the infrastructure. We can use our home funding to do the housing. And so this is just an overall picture of where would best serve the dollars that we receive.
So let me just ask this question. This is the draft, and should I wait till the final to really dive in? Because I like data. I don't know why, but to dive into that and examine that. Or is this far enough along that the dollars probably wouldn't matter and I could look at it sooner?
Thank you. Chairman, Supervisor Miller. This is our final draft, our final draft. The only thing that will change from now until it's submitted is the funding allocation. Right. And that's going to just depend on how much money is brought down to us from the feds.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yes, this is the data.
Okay.
Okay. So the priorities that we identified, a lot based on the priorities came a lot from talking with staff, talking with each of you, talking with our community members through our public meetings. Public infrastructure and facilities was a huge need, and that covers a lot of things. That covers sidewalks, it covers water, it covers sewer, it covers parks, pretty much everything that's not housing. And then, of course, our owner-occupied housing rehab program is a huge need throughout the county. So that's another goal that we wanted to address. And then we threw in some of these other things that don't really hold us to it over the 5 years, but if we have the funding and we have an opportunity that presents itself, then we would look at some of these other types of projects. Under our home funding, that is only to develop affordable housing opportunities, not necessarily the structure themselves, but other opportunities. So you'll see that we want to construct units, either rental or home ownership. We want to also fund our housing rehab program under this and provide opportunities through home ownership and rental assistance. That's another big opportunity. Under the ESG program, that is specific to persons who are experiencing homelessness. So our goal would be to help at least 20 people throughout the 5-year period of time. And then our other priorities or our goals for the administrative dollars would be, of course, for staff, fair housing activities, community outreach, and just general oversight over our subrecipients. So from there, we'll go into each program, and we're going to really just talk about, so within this 5-year consolidated plan that's 24 through 28, we also include our 24 annual action plan. So that is specifically to say, in the fiscal year 24, this is what we will use the money for. So under the CDBG program, we first became an urban county in 2019, which means we receive our funding directly from HUD, which is why we have to do this consolidated plan process. CDBG is intended to serve people who are low and moderate income. We can also do projects that are considered addressing a slum and blight or an urgent need. And then through this process, every 3 years, we have to qualify or requalify with HUD and demonstrate that we still are an entity that should receive the funding directly. And that is based a lot on our population and our income levels, poverty, et cetera. But we also have to invite every one of the communities within our county to participate in our program. So they have choices. They can remain with the Small Cities program through the state and CAG, or they can join our program, or the larger communities can become an entitlement community and work through HUD themselves. So there's various opportunities. The last time we did a 3-year qualifying period, it was for the fiscal year 22 to 24, and we have agreements with 4 communities, so they fall under our program. We just have a list of eligible types of activities. CDBG is a very versatile program and can do a lot of different things. The next couple of slides just go over where we have spent our money in the past few years since we started our program. A lot with water, sewer. We've done some park improvements, ADA accessibility, and our housing rehab program. And then our partners have also done water improvements, ADA accessibility, park improvements, utility improvements, just a variety of different things. Under our home program, we first became an eligible participating jurisdiction in 2020. And again, this is home is to provide safe, decent, affordable housing for low-income people. We can do a variety of different programs, like it says up there. We can build new housing. We can build new rental housing. We can provide down payment assistance. We can provide tenant-based rental assistance, so basically help people pay their rent. And then our housing rehab program. One of the key parts about the home program is that we are required to set aside 15% to fund a community development housing organization, community housing development organization, switch those around. And unfortunately, we don't have one in the county right now. So we have not been able to fund CHODO since 2020. We are working with several organizations to do that and get that process going. If we are unable to provide the funding to a CHODO, then HUD does take that portion back. So we are working diligently to do that.
Quick question on the tenant-based rental assistance. How much is that, and how long would that period be?
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Tenant-based rental assistance, there is a fair market rent calculation that HUD provides us based on our area, and so we have to stay within that. Generally, under that program, we would find a nonprofit organization to be our subrecipient, and we would provide the funding to them to manage that program. And that can go at least 12 months through our requirements, but sometimes our subrecipients do less if they want to do less.
So it works like LIHEAP?
Yeah.
Similar? Yeah. So does it run through CARA?
Well, our subrecipient in the past has been a New Leaf, and so that's based on their application to us for running the program like that.
Thank you.
Also, the home program does require a match, but we get that, we collect that more so from our subrecipients, as well as when we receive extra grants from the Arizona Department of Housing with their state dollars, we can use that for match, and so we never have to basically pay out of pocket for our own cash match. What we have done in the past with our home dollars is that we have done our housing rehab program, and we have funded Habitat for Humanity for 3 homes. 2 have been complete, 1 is in the process right now. Under our ESG program, this is the Emergency Solutions Grant. This is specific to benefit persons who are experiencing homelessness. We first became eligible in 2021. This one really, HUD just tells us one year to the next if they will provide us funding. And they do this based on some kind of calculation with how much we get in CDBG dollars, and then they will fund us with ESG money. I don't pretend to understand their calculations because they're always very interesting. So we only received it for 21 and 22. We did not get it for 23. We are yet to know if we get it for 24. But with that, we usually get about 150. There is a 1-to-1 match for that, so we do have to come to the table with those extra dollars. Again, we tend to get them through our subrecipients, or what's nice is when we have our, when your program, your nonprofit funding program, if you fund a program that benefits persons who are homeless, then that is also our match. So that's quite beneficial. Under eligible activities, we can do homelessness prevention. So if somebody is behind on their rent, we could help them with rent. We can do rehabilitation or operations of an emergency shelter. We can do rapid rehousing, which is similar to tenant-based rental assistance, essentially paying someone's rent, excuse me, and street outreach. Our projects in the past have been rapid rehousing, and we are in the process of doing renovations at the HOHP shelter. This slide here shows what we plan to do with our fiscal year '24 dollars. And this is based on, again, applications that we receive from our participating communities. They don't have to submit an application, so you'll see only Eloy and Maricopa submitted. Florence and Mammoth did not. And then we also work with our departments to identify projects that are CDBG eligible. So we have a few of them on here as well. One is a flood control project up in, I guess, east of Santan Valley, doing the playground out at the Housing Authority over at 11 Mile Corner, and of course funding our housing rehab program. We are also doing some design for the San Manuel Community Center and the engineering of the same flood control project that I mentioned a minute ago. There's a little note there that says based on what our funding is, we have to notify the public and you how we're going to adjust that. And so we will be using the owner-occupied housing rehab program as the place where we will take money from or add money to, depending on where our funding comes in. The home program, this amount here, it does say 970, even though we anticipate getting 600, because it does include the carryover of the CHODO dollars that we have not been able to spend yet. We are hoping Habitat for Humanity is one of the organizations that we are trying to get them to create that CHODO designation, which means that they have to have a special board, a separate board from what they normally manage as, and some other criteria. But in doing so, then we can provide some additional funding to them for new houses that will also meet our CHODO requirement. So it's a win-win for both. New Leaf is the entity that submitted an application to do the tenant-based rental assistance. And then, again, our owner-occupied housing rehab program and some administration dollars. Under the ESG program, tenant-based rental assistance with a New Leaf as well. So that was, that has continued to be a huge need. So again, the home would be for people who maybe are or are not homeless, but are unable to pay their rent, whereas the ESG is specific to people who are homeless. The note on there does indicate under the home program, the housing rehab would be the location where we would add or subtract dollars based on our funding. And under ESG, the tenant-based rental assistance being the only project we're proposing, obviously would be decreased if we got less dollars or increased on the other side. Basically, at this point, we are seeking to get approval to submit the plans as presented in your packets, with the caveat that once we get the funding, we plug that in there. There are some additional forms that need to be completed once we have those dollar amounts, and so those would be, we're seeking to have the chairman sign them at that time rather than coming back and having them sign. And we're hoping our deadline for submitting this documentation is May 15th. But if we do not receive the funding allocations from HUD until after that time frame, we have some additional time after that to then get our documents submitted. And our proposed timeline for completing these projects or starting these projects would be this fall, once we get our funding agreement, which will come before the board after HUD has received these plans and approved them. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Hearing, seeing none. Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. Any members of the public care to speak to this item? The one public that's here who wishes to speak, please do step forward, state your name and where you're from.
Name's Ray. I'm from Santan Valley, District 2. Representative. Yes, sir. And I'd like to say thank you to the former half-day chair and the current one and the remaining board members. I have a huge concern when it comes to ESG, environment, social governance. Young lady mentioned everything about this plan, but what I would like to know if I'd like to have some representation of this plan to be able to read some of the specifics of it. But the other portion is I know that HUD and Federal Department of can't think of it right now. The Housing and Urban Development joined forces with the federal government, Department of Energy, and I want to know if their mandates can wipe away most of what was said for this proposed plan, because they may say that they're not happy with whatever ESG is going to provide. Those are lobbyists, and they're going to have some leverage when it comes to that. So I'd be concerned, and most of the people that were here today should be hearing what's going on when it comes to this. Supervisor Miller, I love the fact that you question it, and I'd like to see more of that. And I'd like to know if the Department of Energy may come up with something in the near future or within that 5-year plan that would say, no, this nullifies this, that, and everything else. That's what I'd be concerned of. So, once again, thank you.
Thank you. Can we, Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller, hi there.
We want to know the joke.
Yeah, okay, now you have to share the note.
Binding is
So we're just curious, though, to his concerns. Can we, unless you have it, Mr. Patel, you have something on this? No.
Because I have nothing on that right now.
Okay.
I was not prepared to address that at this point in time, nor aware of it at this. So if Heather can throw me a lifeline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Call your neighbor, yes.
Chairman, members of the board, so ESG is Emergency Solutions Grant, and it is, our proposed project would be to provide tenant-based rental assistance to help people pay their rent. I'm sorry, rapid rehousing, but roughly the same thing, to get people into housing who are homeless and pay their rent. So the Department of Energy, as far as I know, and I can absolutely look into what these mandates are, would have no bearing on rent payments.
Because this is a different ESG than you're referring, than
Yes.
refers to, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure
It's not,
which one.
yeah. Because you, just rephrase, because your ESG is,
energy.
Environment, social governance.
right, and that's not what this is, so this is a different ESG. Sure, come on back.
Thank you. Yeah, with all these acronyms, they need to be explained quite a bit. But nonetheless, it had ESG in there, so it kind of piqued my interest. But there again, I'm aware that Department of Energy has joined forces with HUD. And if it's going to have an impact, I believe everybody should be notified of it.
No point taken then.
Like I said, if something down the road changes with the Department of Energy and they force HUD to make a decision, you people have already spent time to develop a plan, and I'm sure it's going to be a good one. However, if they can say, no, you need to change this, that, and everything else, what's the use? You know?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
And if I could ask the question, in the event that they do make some changes, or and they say it's got to go this route, you need to do this, that actually would come back before the board, right? If there's any changes?
That is correct.
Okay.
And what he is referring to when he refers to the ESG, it's, environmental criteria that would fall under, Department of Energy, to gauge how companies are safeguarding the environment. It's a scoring system and so forth that you may have heard out there.
Okay.
So that's what that is.
Okay. And then,
okay, Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, and to that point, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that they can move the goalpost. is probably the layman's term to use, because all of a sudden they'd say, well, this house is not eligible for rental because it has a gas stove. Let's just use something out there. I mean, those are the kinds of things. And then now all of a sudden we're chasing our tail. And how binding is all of this agreement going forward? And Heather, I don't know how you get through all of it, but because it's a constantly evolving scenarios out there, and your concerns are real concerns, and I thank you for actually bringing them up in this situation.
I appreciate that, and I want to say excuse me for not saying my last name when I was up here to begin with. My name is Ray Antonino, not Antonio. Antonino.
Okay.
And also, when it comes to Department of Energy, I read part of what they're looking to implement. In 2025, it's going to start. Based on what I've read so far, that says that between 2025 and 2030, Department of Energy can mandate that housing and urban development can come to your home, look at your insulation, look at your roofing, see how many electric or gas appliances you may have, and their mandate, maybe 1 or 2 years, they'll give you a time that says that you have to replace these items. And if people are suffering right now, paycheck to paycheck, to financially stay in their home, that's one good way of minimizing their ability, because they won't be able to afford it. Some of this stuff may be upwards of $40,000, $50,000, when it comes to solar panels and everything else. And I have issue with that because people are trying to be responsible to hold on to their homes. And here we have these globalist investors that they're putting money out there to get their agenda passed. And I'd hate to see people suffer because of that. And this is one possibility. And like I said, with ESG, my understanding with that was environment, social governance. And there's another one, there's a whole bunch of other ones, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. It's just unbelievable. I was with city government and federal government for 38 years. So I know what you people have to deal with. I've sat on numerous committees, and I see how they verbiage certain things to sell it to the public without them knowing. So if anything comes up with HUD, your 5-year plan, please make it beneficial to the people living in this county, this state basically, and businesses also. Let them know what they're in store for when they have to buy certain appliances or do whatever.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Mr. Antonino, thank you. Antonino, I got it right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public that care to speak to the board at this time? Seeing, hearing none, close the public hearing. Any other questions that the board has for Ms. Patel?
No.
Seeing, hearing none, make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to motion that we approve item number 16 as presented, with my understanding that if there's any changes whatsoever, that it will come back before the board.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, you're going to have to do the rest without me.
You bet.
Hey, Miller, we love you, brother.
Okay.
Whatever Celeste says, just do it.
Celeste's in charge now? Okay, item 17 is a public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 040324-RD23-134. Ms. Garza, you are up.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board. Celeste Garza, Development Services, Public Works. This is the abandonment of a portion of roadway, right-of-way easement that we have across a parcel that we own in Randolph. At the previous board meeting, we initiated the abandonment, and this is the public hearing for that portion. So the total feet of easement that we own across this 1 acre parcel is 80 feet of right-of-way. Currently, there's no roadway on this alignment, but we are building a 1-lane roadway there's going to be 1 lane on Hughes and then 1 lane on Fifth Avenue, which is that previous alleyway. So we don't need to use 50 feet of the 80 feet that we have, and we are planning to sell this property to Randolph United Council for a potential community center. So this was uncovered during the title work that was done by the planned purchaser, and the plat was done back in 1925. It's a colonial site. It uncovers a few things that have been a mystery to all of us, but it definitely comes with some history. So this is just the hearing for that abandonment. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing, seeing none. This is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing. Any members of the public care to speak to this item? Not seeing anyone or hearing anyone, we will close the public hearing. And any other questions from the board for Ms. Garza? Seeing, hearing none. Make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 17 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
That's nice of you to do down there because, nobody left.
Because I need to go too.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Quorum. Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Garza. Do not go away because you are almost up for the discussion, approval, disapproval of the lease agreement between the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary Roman Catholic Parish Church and Pinal County. And you're up again.
Yes, this is a lease agreement for the property that we lease for the parking lot that's just north of this building from the church. It's a lease that we've had for over 10 years now. We renew it every 5 years. This probably should have been a consent item for you all, but we thought, we may have made one mistake there.
Needed something to do?
Yes.
Great.
We thought we'd stick around for the whole thing today.
So,
any questions I can answer?
Yeah, any questions from the board?
No.
Hearing, seeing none. Make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve item number 18 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Garza. Item 19, any items, future agenda items that the board would care to have? Mr. Goodman, Supervisor, Chairman, whatever your name is. Goodman.
Mike is good. But just so, one thing that I would like to see us in the real near future, Hamachu, is a meeting between us and our Planning and Zoning Committee to where we are actually, we need better communication between the two entities as we're moving forward in some of our things. That's one. The other thing is I would like to see something to the event that us as supervisors are able to be in a room on a planning purposes with our community development and our public works so that we can kind of oversee a lot of the things and then have some discussion on where we're headed. That's kind of what I'd like to see.
Is that you're wanting to meet with planning and development, or you want to?
Maybe a work session would be good.
Session.
Yeah, on that particular would be a work session, and even with planning and zoning committee.
Okay.
Because I think we'd have to be in the public, right? I mean, especially if all of us are together, we'd have to be in a public setting. Yes. So maybe a work session with all of us, and we can actually a session that we can all interact with one another in communication. Okay.
Any other items that any other members way down there at the other end would care to have on a future?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Yes.
All right. Well, in that case, those are all good. With that, meeting's adjourned. Thanks for coming. It's been real.